Hey everybody, what's happening? It's Friday night, and the feeling's right for Ravenloft. What's happening to all you folks out in Twitch land, and of course, those of you who are watching this on VOD, and those of you watching this on YouTube? How's it going? We're back. It's been a week. Feels like it's longer, but we're heading into the long weekend, powering through it, and are we ready? Are we ready, folks? I think we're ready.
Yeah.
Especially considering we got this guy back.
Yeah!
Got the band back. We got the band back together.
The band is back together. His finger has disappeared. What? Disturbing.
Magic. Want to see a magic trick? That is the weirdest. Jeez, the focus finger. It's fun with Zoom.
Hi, folks.
It just looks like I'm like reaching through, like, and there's just like it's magic at my fingertips.
I'm the only person who's not with the blurry, like, creep background. I have no problem with my background, folks. This is my house. What you see is what you get.
You don't need to see, because this is, you know how everyone has the chair.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is the chair, so everything that would be on the chair is on the bed behind me. So this is to save you all from seeing that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
It also makes my finger look longer.
Well, you know what they say about people with long fingers.
They're very good at playing the piano.
What do they say, Matt?
We're gonna table that for later
They point things out.
Yeah, guess what? By the way, we just got a redemption. That was amazing. Like as soon as we started, redemption from JF Messin, comment to Rokodeck. Jay,
I think the probability would go to Alex.
Alex,
Yeah.
since you've been gone, looks like you're getting this one. This one goes to you. This comment to Roka pull. Working my way through the party. Thanks, JF Messin.
Aw,
Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeff.
Jeff.
Yep.
I'm not sure if his name is Jeff. My name is
It
Jeff.
is now.
But he is now.
It's Desmond the Moon.
What'd you call him?
JF Messin is his
Oh,
name.
that's why I heard Jeff.
That's what. Yeah, hey, maybe he can change his name to Jeff.
You were like, that's what I heard. I heard Jeff.
JF Messin.
JF Mason.
This is JF
Yeah.
Messin. God, we're giving this guy such a huge plug. I'm so sorry, JF Messin. Or just Jay. Or Jeff. Whatever you want to call yourself. It's cool.
It's Desmond in our Discord.
Justin.
Desmond, of course.
Or Jennifer. We're all assuming
That's
gender
true.
here.
That's true. I'm pretty sure I know who it is, though.
Oh, okay. Well,
So that's right. Yes, Maeve is just
Well,
like
Maeve definitely
not
not.
going to talk. So yeah,
I know exactly what it is.
I'm sure you do.
well,
That's good. So once we get into the game, we'll pull up that comment to Roka deck and let's see if a cursed or non-cursed card comes out. But that said, Alex, we did a little bit of a pre-stream prep because it's been a while. It's been a while since you've known exactly what's going on.
And I can breathe or
Yeah.
You wanna sing a
something.
song?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean, are you confident in sort of the status of what's going on, essentially, where we are or where the party is, I should say?
I mean, I can pick it up. Claudiu's drunk. I mean,
That's true. He doesn't know where he is anyway, so I mean,
He also doesn't know where he isn't.
yes.
he needs to read The Power of Now.
Wow, that got me good. The power of now. It's good, Alex.
Needs a little help.
Yep.
With mindfulness.
Yes. Okay. For those of you at home, look it up, Google it. It's well worth it.
Gonna do it right now because I don't know what y'all are talking about.
That's okay. It's fine. So that said, let's just jump right back into this shit, folks. Let me give you a brief recap for the folks at home following along, and then we're just gonna get in and go. Here we go. So, previously on Domains of Dread. Hey, welcome back. We're back, and especially, obviously, Alex, welcome back. Here's the way things stand right now. Employed, as you have been, by the great detective Alanic Ray in the misty land of Dementliu, You four have been asked to help find a prophetic seer by the name of Radaga, who went missing after attending court with the Duchess of these lands, whose name is Cedra Donaire, or Cydra Donaire. You infiltrated her weekly ball, her masquerade ball, and infiltrated, unbeknownst to those around you, to interview, potentially, those who might have seen her last. But you found that she actually seemed to have left earlier that evening, that you might have just missed her. So, you did find, after speaking with some of the people there, that she could have gone several different places in the city. And so you sort of notated those as to places to potentially go, as well as being invited to various spots within the city. You returned home to Alanic's chateau and dropped off Claudiu, and spent the next day following up on these leads. You also obtained access to the Order of the Guardian's armory, and spent some time shopping, and some of you manufactured gear at the nearby blacksmith, as well as following the trail to the Volatan Villas, where Radaga seems to have kept an apartment. You bluffed your way inside, past the guard, and found a note seemingly written between Radaga and an unknown person, both handwritings being distinctly different, as well as Radaga's familiar, an undead crawling claw, fiercely protective of its mistress, which you befriended. Didn't smash it into bits. Yay. You also discovered a strange jug of some unknown material labeled rot salve. And afterwards, you stopped at the tea parlor and obtained a tea leaf reading or two, which some of you found oddly accurate and others not so much. The sun setting and Radaga nowhere to be found within the city, you chose to return to Alanic's mansion to report your findings, and that's where we find you tonight. So, let's get back into it, folks. Let's actually just go with the first thing that we know about, which is our awesome Taroka redemption. And here we go. Let's do this. Okay. Let's see what we have pulled tonight from the Taroka deck. It is... Ooh, this is a new one. I don't think you guys have seen this one before. This one is the Transmuter.
Oh, interesting.
I have not seen this one before. Have you guys? I don't think we've seen this one.
No, we have not seen it.
Definitely not seen this one before. Interesting. All right. Well, if we mouse over it, it does say a new discovery, the coming of unexpected things, unforeseen consequences, and chaos. But what does it mean for our friend Claudiu, who has just received this piece of information here? Let's see. Here we go. The Transmuter. For you, Claudiu, it means the following. Oh, wow. Hey, Claudiu. How much money you got on you?
Let me check it.
Check it. You have been paid.
Oh, I did get paid?
Well, all of you guys got paid.
But then
by
he
Alanis.
also bought a suit and a wolf mask.
That's true. In order
I
to
thought
be...
it was free. I have 25 gold pieces.
25 gold pieces. Okay. All coins on your person with less value than gold become gold coins. So if you have silver pieces or copper pieces,
I don't have any of those.
you just have gold coins.
Just gold coins.
Okay. Well, then this has no effect, but instead...
Well, then he could turn it down and then it could go back in the deck uncursed and maybe help somebody out of the
certainly can. It certainly can. Would you like to turn this down?
I will do that. I will turn it down.
Fair enough. It goes back into the deck and does not become cursed.
That's a nice card.
It is a nice card.
Yeah.
It is. All right.
I have money.
You do have money. We are good with this.
Go get some wine.
Let me just recall.
Oh man, that would have been
all-
useful for me. I have all this random electrum.
Let me just recall these 2 cards really quickly, since they seem to have been removed for some reason. Recall. There we go. Now we got all the cards back in the deck.
Hey.
All right, and we're gonna, as I always do, I'm going to shuffle them before I, who knows what may happen, and then hide them away for another day.
Oh, Alex has one too. Alex has one. Maeve has one. I have one.
All right, so I'm just gonna zoom in quickly to show, for example, all the folks at home where you are. Alanix Chateau is here at number 19. And that's where you guys are around dinner time, around evening, around dusk. So
That's kind of deep down there, huh?
sorry that.
19. Let me see.
Yeah, the legend seems to indicate that this is the Mausel building. But seeing as this is a map of Dementliu that is not necessarily related to Atlantic Ray, we've just chosen a really nice building to have Atlantic be his chateau, which I think is fair. So, that said, more than happy to have you guys tell me what it is that you want to do, since you've just arrived back at Atlantic's chateau.
They arrived back. I was over
That's
there.
right. That's true. You, for all intents and purposes, we don't know where you've been for the whole day.
I've been sitting on a love seat with a bottle of wine.
Fantastic.
He was with us in spirit.
Indeed.
So the 3 of you can tell Claudiu what it is that, if you choose to, if it's up to you, as to what happened that day.
Oh, hello. Hello.
Ah, I see you're awake. Sort of.
Oh, I felt dreadfully ill earlier. But
Well,
now my spirits are... Well,
all right.
Are you feeling better now?
yes. Would you like some wine?
No, I think I'm quite good actually. Thank you though.
I kind of do want to wash the taste of that tea out of my mouth, and I'll take the bottle from him and take a slug.
Oof. Okay. I guess I'll just ask the question. Claudiu, how does this bottle of wine taste compared to normal bottles of wine?
I can't tell the difference because it's not my blood.
That's true. Does it, well, I guess I can't ask the question. Oh,
It's
man.
been open for a while,
Yeah.
so it could be very bitter green.
That's
sour.
true. That's true. That's true. Oh man, I'll just say, make a perception check. Why not?
Okay. 24, not 20.
Oh shit. Okay. There is a. It's at first when it bathes your mouth in its sort of bitter. It's bitterness essentially. It has reminiscences of some kind of a underlying coppery tang to it. Definitely washes away the tea. But it tastes like somebody dropped some kind of, like, there's no like chalky aftertaste or anything like that, but it tastes like it doesn't taste like any wine that you've ever come across.
Sort of look at the bottle and look at him. Just kind of shrug and say, well, no accounting for taste. Ugh.
It's aged, darling. It's aged.
Don't think that's what that means. All right, well, I'm just going to walk past him and go into the dining room and look for dinner.
All right. Let me actually. I might as well show Alex around the house, since I don't think he's actually even seen that yet.
Has not.
So let me bring you all to the chateau map and go from there. Let's see. Bring our friend Alex onto the board. Who has met you somewhere in the hallway? There he is.
I'm just going to dinner. Boop boop a doo.
Where's Alanik?
Yeah, you don't see Alanik.
Isn't that Alanik?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. This is from before. Alanik and Arthur are actually not there. But Cabe is. And Cabe is sitting at the table. And he's sort of... they are sitting at the table eating a bowl of soup. Sort of a cold soup, looks like. As you come through the door, they look at you like, "Oh, hi. What's going on?"
Good evening, small one. We have made a bit of progress, I suppose. Several things about this day have left a bad taste in my mouth, quite literally. Is it time for dinner?
Oh, I just grabbed something from the kitchen. So, I mean, you certainly can do so. I think Alanik and Arthur, they should be back soon. They're in town. They're They said something about getting some kind of coach reservations, some kind of a coach trip they're taking someplace. I don't know.
Interesting.
Was I here when they were talking? Because I must have seen them leave, right?
Let's make a retroactive perception check for you then, Claudia.
Hate to burn my 20s.
Another nat 20.
Not 20. Not 20. Go.
I really want to roll on that 20. Come on, guys.
Or you can roll a 1 and be like, oh, see? Look at
Hey!
that. I called it. Fucking called it.
Burn it.
Was too drunk.
Clip it. Clip it. It's real.
I wasn't drunk. I guess I didn't notice.
Shit happens, and I predicted it, and it happened, and there you go.
Didn't notice it.
Who knew? I don't think you even saw them leave the house.
Apparently, I haven't seen him leave the house at all.
The only thing he saw was his bottle.
Well then.
Hey, is there a pet store in town? Like a store where one can buy pets?
There probably is. I mean, I haven't really looked around town, to be perfectly honest. Pets? I mean, there have been a lot of people in town who buy them as accessories, if you know what I mean. Like, they don't really actually walk them or anything. They just sort of have them as fashion things to bring around and say, oh, look at my nice... Like, they put them in their bags? Is that weird? They have these tiny little, like, cats or dogs, and they carry them around or, like, drape them around their necks or something like that?
Very strange.
How
Very
long
strange.
have you been in this city, actually, Gabe?
Oh, that's a really good question. Alanik and Arthur have been traveling a lot. So, I mean, we come back to Dementlio, I don't know, once every month or so. But I guess I've spent some time in Dementlio. I would say, like, back and forth, in and out, I would say probably, like, I don't know, 6 months, 7 months.
Fair enough.
Do you like it?
The city's fine, I guess. It's...
Cabe looks at you, Amnestria, and goes, come on.
I mean, it's not honestly all that different from Mordenshire. It's a little antiquated, actually, being honest.
Huh. I didn't realize they cared so much about what you looked like in Mordenshire.
Oh, they don't.
I've been to Mordenshire.
You have?
Oh, yeah. Alanik and Arthur took me there once.
Did you enjoy it?
It was early in my apprenticeship with them. There's a lot of creepy stuff going on there. I'll be honest. I don't really like it.
Yes, we hear that a lot.
So you like where you're from?
I mean, I did, and until things went poorly. But
I'm not gonna pry. So don't worry.
all right. But Claudia, you were looking for a pet, so
I'd
think about
like
getting-
a few hamsters.
I'm
You'd like-
sorry, did you say a few?
2. They should come in a pair, otherwise they get lonely. Or maybe a couple of guinea pigs. Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
They should come in a pair, otherwise they are,
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know very much about pets. I mean, we could. Cabe's like all out of sorts, and they're just kind of sputtering. We could take a look around.
I mean, I suppose that Alana keeps too clean a house to have any vermin just scuttering about the walls then, hmm?
Well, listen, rats. This city has a whole lot of rat catchers. They try to make at least parts of the city try to be as rat-free as possible.
patches.
that
Where
could
are
be an
they
idea.
located?
Where
These-
what located?
The official office of the rat catchers.
I guess the sanitation department. Honestly, I'm not very keen on what the hell goes on in Port Lucine. So, I just know that parts of the city are much cleaner than the others.
Well, not very knowledgeable, Gabe.
What are you doing with your finger there? That's weird. Like, sometimes I can see it and so, whoa, that's weird. How do you do that?
Oh, it's easy, Gabe. See that? It disappears.
That's a, oh, okay, I get it. It's a wizard thing. I get it. It's cool. That's fine. That's nice. It's a trick. It's
Andrew.
new. Yeah, it's cantrip. Prestidigitation, my finger.
Oh my god. Now I want to create a wizard who has a silly, invent a silly cantrip that's like prestidigitation, but it's like you can make digits of your fingers appear and disappear at will.
Yeah, it's Big B's middle finger. That's exactly what it is. There you go.
Wouldn't it be pressed digitation?
Hey!
Or I was gonna say it's like
Chow.
the Jim's magic missile, prestidigimitation.
Prestidigitation. Supercalifragilistic.
Gabe, have you seen cattle? Maybe you've seen cattle. Or sheep.
Well, you would speak to a butcher about that, I assume, yes?
Are you intending to take cattle as pets?
No, I'm only intending on going to find some pets and then stopping by a butcher shop to get some meat.
Okay, you strung those two sentences together, and I'm a little confused and a little bit off put. I'm gonna be
Okay. I'm always
Forgive
quite-
him, he's drunk.
And so, because I'm drunk, I'm mixing the two, and your soup looks horrible. So I'd like to go get a fat, juicy steak. Or mutton.
We should go do that. I think.
Where did Mikmick just go? Mikmick has just wandered into the kitchen, it looks like, and has come back out of the kitchen.
There you are.
Anything good in there?
I don't know how to cook. I just wanted to pick up something. I may try and do a little bit of tinkering tonight.
You don't know how to cook? That's very.
Why
odd.
not is also going to wander into the kitchen. She's going to look for another fish.
Another fish. Yeah, I mean,
A fish.
there are quite a lot of provisions in this chateau. Woefully deprived of any kind of person to supply the fineries of cuisine that it so desperately needs.
After that fancy dinner he gave us the other night, there is no fish.
There is, I would say, a fish.
Great. Why not? We'll take the fish.
You
And
now
she will
have
be-
a fish.
She will be gnawing on it as she comes out of the kitchen.
It's just like full on Daryl Hannah in Splash.
That's what she did the last time. I like to think she bites the head off first.
Fine.
Like a chocolate Easter bunny, only it's a fish.
Yes. Okay then. Fantastic.
I mean,
So what's the plan? And you guys?
And she's sitting in the open window enjoying the sea breeze.
Are you guys planning on resting here for the night?
we'll be here for the night, but if you need to go to a butcher or to go see farm animals, I guess we could make a detour.
Or that interesting lady from the ball. She seemed quite taken with you.
Ball. Oh yes, yes. Did she? No.
You,
She did, though you didn't look, well, quite as you do now. Bit more, meat on your bones, shall we say.
Did she disintegrate someone?
not
That
not that
No.
Not
long.
her.
I
The
think,
woman in the spider mask from the theater.
Oh, I'm so absent-minded. I do remember her.
I think maybe you should cut back on the drink. Just a little bit.
As you're all talking, you do hear the front door to the mansion open. And you hear like something is being rolled in on wheels, and then and standing in the doorway is Alanik and Arthur.
Oh, good, you're back.
Oh, hello again. Welcome back. Arthur, would you... And he sort of motions, and Arthur says, "Oh, yes, of course, old chap." And he sort of walks over to you, gives you a little sort of tip of the hat, sees all the rest of you inside the dining room, and joins you as well at the at one of the seats, sits down. Alanik puts his coat on one of the hooks from a coat rack, and then rolls his way over to you, Amnestria. Good to see you again.
Good to see you as well. We just got back momentarily. Hasn't
Oh.
been long.
Excellent. Your friend, Claudiu, has been, I assume, here all day. Cabe's been giving him a watch, so to speak.
I've been dreadfully ill. Yes.
Oh, someone's buzzing, I hear, with
Oh,
excitement.
sorry.
I
There's
also hear the
somebody
buzzing.
calling me over here.
I hear the buzzing. Must be the
I'll-
small animals somewhere in the woodwork.
Animals in the woodwork.
Yes, of course. I assume you have some information that you've garnered from today's escapades. Am I correct?
Why
Your
Well, we've made-
sofa
we've-
is incredibly comfortable.
I'm glad you feel so. Please join us.
Well, we made a new friend, I say, gesturing. I can't remember who has the friend right now, if it's Amnestria or
Mikmick does.
Mikmick. Mikmick still has it.
She asked him for it at the end of last session, but I
That's
don't
right.
think he actually ever handed it over.
I do believe you ought to let it out, Mikmick.
And Mikmick will just look at his artificial hand, which, as Claudiu probably knows, is slightly larger than he remembers it. And it just seems to speak to his hand, just says, "We're here with some friends of Radaga. You want to come out?" And then he
yeah, go ahead.
cracks open, pretty much open his, well, basically folds the glove back to reveal that there is a disembodied hand inside of it, and pretty much just lets it crawl out of the glove and onto the table.
Yeah, this sort of grayish green hand with a severed wrist sort of crawls out, thing style, from your gauntlet, sort of like, almost like can't really find purchase, and then like pops out, and the wrist, of course, is just like bones and the remains of veins, and just literally like just like the Addams Family hand, just walks on its fingers and sort of flexes its knuckles and then jumps and lands on the table. And Arthur sort of gasps. He's like, "Oh my!"
Lovely. Lovely, lovely. I mean that in the
Friendly.
Yes, it says it's a friend of Radaga's and wants to help.
most ironic of ways.
It just may need a pen. It seems to be its only way to communicate. It's through writing.
We'll give it a pen, boy.
I was talking to Atlantic or Arthur when he says that.
Alanik says, I think I have something around here. And he sort of reaches inside his breast pocket and pulls out a
ballpoint pen?
not a ballpoint pen. Pulls out basically a, click. Here you go.
Mechanical pen.
Yeah, he just constantly.
Pulls out an iPad and an iPad pencil. Go Tom.
Sorry, I just snorted. What the fuck's
You
wrong with me
did.
tonight? All right. No, he pulls out of his breast pocket a fountain pen. I think fountain pens probably would exist in this era.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yes, he pulls out the fountain pen and he says, "This won't do. Well, I'll need some ink." Back in a tick. And he rolls out of the room into what you assume is his study. Doesn't go too far away.
I've been in there. It's nice.
You have actually been.
It's a
It's very
comfy
comfortable.
little divan.
And he rolls back after about a minute or two with a pot of ink, which he places alongside a scrap of parchment on the table. And the crawling hand sort of clambers over to it, picks it up, sits on its on its stump, and just sort of starts scrawling in large letters on the page. And it writes, "Hello, Alanic Ray. I am the familiar for Radaga. I do not have a name."
We will call you Hand.
You certainly can. The last sentence it writes, it says, "Do you know where my master is?"
I do believe we're trying to figure that out right now.
How do we know when you're not an assassin, disembodied hand?
It writes,
Well,
"If
well,
I
it
were
did
an
try
assassin,
and-
you'd be dead right now."
When we encountered it, it didn't really fight back.
Well, it did for a point, and then
It did for a moment, but I believe it was startled.
How did it fight you? Did it flick a finger at you? What did it do? Throw rocks at
Latch.
you?
I show him some light scratches on the side of my face.
Oh,
So let's say that it is not entirely defenseless.
okay. Okay.
Jumped in her face, climbed up my arm. It's quite okay.
Now we've
I
reached an
hit it with an axe.
understanding.
My apologies, disembodied hand, for doubting your prowess.
It gives you a thumbs up.
Moynat
Good.
finishes the meat on her fish and just chucks the bone out the window into the yard.
Alanic, he's like,
What?
he does the Nathan Fillion thing, like, and then
Moynat just sort of gives him just this wide-eyed, what?
Yeah.
Look.
just hand waves. Should I assume that besides your handy friend, that you found nothing else?
No, we
Well, we
found some
found-
information.
Yes, we found these, and I'll show him the notes that we uncovered.
Okay. Well worth bringing that handout back, since, Alex, this is kind of the biggest clue as to Radaga's whereabouts right now. If you take a look under handouts,
not number 3.
that's right.
Handout 3.
Handout number 3. Handout number 5. You will see what is called... Well, it's basically exactly what I said. It is Radaga's notes, so I will bring it back here so you all can see what it is that has been done here.
And if you've got the handout of Arachne, that's the lady you were talking to at the ball.
Correct. Arachne Stormare was the beautiful spider mask-wearing woman. Actually, she had a French accent. A beautiful spider mask-wearing woman who invited you to her establishment, the Red Widow Theater.
Esamir Marek.
Esamir Marek was the proprietor of the tea shop where Muadnhait, Amnestria, and Mikmick went to obtain information as well as a tea leaf reading.
Okay, so who was the lady that I danced with?
The lady you danced with is Arachne Stormare.
Arachne Storm.
Arachne or whatever, how you want to say it.
Yeah.
The redhead.
Yeah. Let me do the notes first, and then I'll recap what it is.
As we place the note on from, say, we've confirmed this hand to be Radaga's. We do not know the owner of the other, but friend here says that somebody came into her home and took the rest of something? Her things? Her notes? I'm not entirely sure. This was all that was left. It was guarding it and did a very good job.
I believe they called them parcels?
Yeah, they're...
Called this the parcel, certainly.
Yes, but said there was more parcels.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of notes about learning about certain materials that Radaga was investigating. Talking to other planes of existence in some way. But amongst all of those, at the very top was this line of dialogue, essentially, in this one piece of parchment. I say dialogue simply because it does seem like it is written in two distinctly different handwritings. The first of these pieces of dialogue says, "Surely you've researched the amber sarcophagi. I know it is something you and the Order would seek out." And as if in response, it says, "We won't let you." The response to that is, "Tisk tisk, I admit. My search here has been rather disappointing. Your sources and archives proved lacking, and your friends failed you too. I noticed the trail of items you dropped. But no one recognized them as calls for help. You're alone, Radaga." The response to that, "Free me. I won't help you." And then finally, "Hush now. Our task is unfinished, and I believe you can serve me elsewhere. Time to leave this domain." And Atlantic reads this.
I'm sorry, I need to step away for a second.
No problem.
I'm going to mute myself, and I can black my camera without leaving Zoom, so that's what I'm gonna
Awesome.
do.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Atlantic looks at this with a quite concerned look on his face. And he says, "This is troubling. This is quite troubling."
Why, isn't it obvious? We must find this amber sarcophagi.
As I spoke to you before, there are amber objects that I have encountered in my past. Amber plinths. One of which was, as you very well know, in the basement, sub-basement, I should say, of the House of Lament, and it was the storage place, the resting place, I don't quite understand it myself, of some dark force that was powering the evil, or perhaps was feeding off the evil within that place. Even after you destroyed it, The spirit of Mara Silvera intimated that these amber objects would reform from the dark energies within. And now, someone speaks of amber sarcophagi.
Yes, a much larger piece of amber.
Well, the word sarcophagus,
Means coffin.
in a way, yes, it means repository for not simply a dead creature.
Yes, but a dead creature among his things that he carried with him in his life.
Indeed.
Tomb, then.
Yeah, understood.
A tomb, yes, exactly.
So we should avoid this sarcophagi.
This is where my trouble, unfortunately, seems to interfere with your interpretation of this note. If Radaga is indeed somehow involved with these amber objects and the investigation of amber sarcophagi, then it is only further down the rabbit hole, as they say, we must go in order to find her location.
I see. You feel she must be in the sarcophagi.
No, I'm sorry. I apologize if I'm mistook. I don't believe that she is in them, as these objects are not meant to store, as far as I'm aware, creatures of flesh
She may
and blood.
have been attacked by the sarcophagi.
Perhaps I'm not getting myself across.
Oh, perfectly. Everything is clear now.
I believe what you're trying to say is that following the clues to the amber sarcophagi might lead us to where we're going.
Excellently deduced. You have the makings of a great detective.
So we must find the amber sarcophagi, which is what I had originally said.
In that case, and he sort of nods as Arthur's just like, righto, yes, I'm not following any of this, but that's quite all right.
I'm confused.
Alanik says,
Either way,
my suspicions lie. And you can see he's just like, he's working things out. Like, in his mind, although he's speaking to you very simplistically, in his mind, his brain is going 1,000,000 miles an hour. He's thinking about lots of different things, pieces of the puzzle that perhaps you have not yet seen or not known about, and just trying to fit everything together. And he's sort of like moving his finger through the air, like trying to connect various, almost sort of in his own mind's eye, pieces of what he thinks is happening here. And he says, Darkon.
Darkon?
Yes, Darkon. Arthur and I, Arthur, I know we were planning to go to Rishmulio, but I'm afraid that our trip will have to wait. You don't mind, do you? Oh, no, old chap. Rishmulio is... it's all the rats, you know. I don't really... I don't really like it anyway. But Darkon is no better a place. But you say we must. Yes, and on the morrow, in fact.
Is the place we're going as well? Or
I'm afraid not. Perhaps we should talk in the morning.
well, all right. In the meantime, we have some of our day left. Should we do anything else with our time?
The day and the night is yours to keep. Simply maintain your visages whilst here and maintain the laws of etiquette, of course, and you shall remain untouched by the forces of the Duchess.
Well, I do suppose we have a few more leads we can follow.
Leads.
Well, yes. Are we still not looking for Radaka?
Oh, no. I do understand. But it's clear, and he points to the parchment, that she's no longer in this domain. Do you not agree?
Ask the hand if it agrees.
The hand sort of like looks between everybody at the table, and the hand just sort of just says, just flumps on the table.
Well, I mean, the mask was at the ball last night, so she was there last night. And if I remember correctly, the last the hand saw was 2 days ago. So, if this parcel arrived 2 days ago, she must have come back.
Or someone was masquerading as her and is leading us on a wild goose chase.
Yeah. Which is the more concerning. Unless, Moynut's ex-dad's partner had something to do with it. Unfortunately, we can't really talk to him anymore.
As I said, the day and night is yours to experience fully. Oh, I do, unfortunately. He's sort of having a little problem explaining himself, and he says, I have business elsewhere that Arthur and I must take care of in the immediate. And so, on the morrow, Arthur and I will be heading to Darkon. Cabe. And Cabe's like still eating their soup. And Cabe sort of looks up and goes, yeah? Cabe, I'm going to need to ask you a favor. Where these 4, and then he looks down at the hand, I should say perhaps 5, 4.5, are going, will not be with us. But they will be still on the hunt for Radaga. Would you supply them your special ability? Cave says, sure. Just tell me where and when to be. Very well.
Special ability.
I actually have a question then. If you're leaving, can we borrow your key to your armory in case we need it?
Oh, yes, by all means. The armory is yours. Supplies that you may need as well.
And the cellar, wine cellar.
Oh, of course. I have quite a decent stock, if you so desire it.
Thank you.
Certainly. Sort of looks back at you, like, what the... and then...
Supplies. Supplies.
Of course, supplies. Yes. Arthur, if you don't mind, I have some plans to draw up. Would you mind? And he and Alanik leave the table.
Well, all right. Claudiu, you wanted to go find animals, correct?
Oh, I do. Yes, and I do indeed. I'll figure that out. That situation out on my own. Yes, I shall.
If you're certain of that, okay. But
Yeah.
sure.
Yes, I will make sure that I handle that situation. It's supplies that we need, and I think we should have some steaks and mutton, salted.
Can I insight Claudiu to see if I am able to figure out exactly, because
I'm
he's
actually
acting.
gonna go get steaks and mutton. I'm seriously.
I know
gonna
he's
go do
acting
that.
really weird.
Insight has lots of different utilizations, so tell me exactly what you're trying to do.
Well, he he's slurring his words, yes, but at the same time, he mentioned pets, and then he mentioned rats.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's mentioning steaks, and it's just
Yep.
not really adding up.
No, it usually doesn't.
Yeah.
So why would you incite a person who normally doesn't add up?
Yeah, it's kind of. It's gonna have to be a disadvantage because none of this shit makes sense.
That's fair. I just wasn't sure.
You can do it if you want. Yeah, that's a 4.
Yeah. She don't know what's going on.
Nope.
That's fine. It's just something that, like, it might just be more of me not actually seeing Alex in a while. So,
Okay.
His mind doesn't work the way your mind works.
Enigma.
No.
Red, the answer is yes, you can.
It's a bad clown show. Where did Muadnhait go?
Yeah, Muadnhait seems to have dozed off for a second after eating such a splendid meal. She's just sort of sitting on the... She's sitting on the windowsill, her eyes are closed, she's got just fish guts all over her face. She's just dozed out for a moment or two. So the three of you can certainly carry on without her.
And I forgot to ask him the question. Thank you for the access to the wine cellar, but also, would you happen to know where there's a butcher nearby?
Yes, I mean, this is amongst the conversation before he leaves, and he does say that there is a butcher that he finds actually quite a good one, and he says it's maybe about half a mile walk.
I head in that direction.
Immediately. Okay,
Yes.
fine.
Please.
Okay. How about the other two of you? I'll leave Muadnhait alone for now.
Mikmick, you mentioned if we had some free time, you could potentially make this a little bit more my size.
Yeah, I can do that. I was just wondering on a specific design that you had in mind. Did you want like oversized shoulder pads, and or do you want something more slender that allows you easier movement, or
Something that allows me easier movement. I mean, I was wearing leather armor before, but just felt maybe having a little bit more of my skin covered would be better for me.
Can't Mikmick make me leather armor now?
He doesn't need to make it because there's leather armor in the armory.
Oh, cool! So I can put on studded leather now.
You certainly can, yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be nice. When I get back from the butcher shop.
do that.
Uh,
But
I-
I'll make a few sketches for you, and tell me what you think of the designs, and maybe tomorrow, before we have to jump dimensions, we can go to the blacksmith and...
I don't think we're going anywhere. That was... We're not leaving, Mikmick. Isn't it just Atlantic and... No?
You really think Atlantic and Arthur can do this by themselves?
I don't, but they did just very clearly state that we were not going with them.
Cabe, who has been listening this whole time, says, "Yeah, I mean, I think they wanted you guys to go someplace else. But I guess we'll find out in the morning."
Indeed we shall.
Fair enough. Amnestria's just gonna go upstairs and change out of the scale mail, and that'll take a few minutes, so she's gonna disappear.
It'll take an hour. Or
It takes
actually,
an hour?
well, it takes an hour to don
don.
it. It takes,
Golf.
yeah.
For scale mail?
Let me double check. I know for...
It's only medium armor.
Oh, it's medium armor. Sorry.
Yeah.
To don armor. I know. I used to remember these rules. The donning armor
To
in
doff.
5e. Yeah, to
It says
doff
she's
the armor
actually
depends
doffing.
on the category. So for medium armor, here we go. It's in my handy dandy
Like
companion.
pendants. Thinking.
Here we go. Medium armor. There's a doffing and donning chart. That's so cool.
Yep.
Medium armor takes 5 minutes to don it and 1 minute to doff it.
She's gonna disappear for a minute and How long does it take to get on studded leather?
To get into studded leather is
It's light, isn't it?
yeah, it is the best kind of light armor. It takes 1 minute to put it on.
She'll be back in like 3 minutes then. Not her
And
first time.
while Amnestria is getting changed, Mikmick is drawing up a few concept sketches. I mean, he's not the best artist in the world, but you get the general idea.
Mm-hmm. I got you. Let's switch tacks then, whilst you guys are doing that, to Claudiu's little adventure. I'll just switch you guys all to the map of Dementliu per se. Here we go. And give you guys a little. Well, this is just Claudiu, so you guys can, do whatever you prefer to do. But yeah, here we are with more of a sort of probably. I mean, the best thing that you could probably interpret at this being in terms of ambiance, or at least environment, Alex, would be Dementliu is kind of like London, somewhere in like the 1700s,
Nice.
like the early 1700s.
Nice.
So, if you go north along the Street of Salons, or I should say sort of curving northeast, about a mile past this statue here, which is sort of like in the middle of this square, you do happen to see that there's an open-air market selling fruits and vegetables, and yes, there is indeed a rather fancy-looking butcher shop, I guess you could call it. It's called Fleet's Meats.
Oh. Okay. Ready to talk to Fleet.
Indeed.
Then shall I approach the butcher shop?
Okay.
Fleet? Yes, you must be Fleet? Or the butcher?
Yeah, you walk in, there's a rather large guy. And he sort of turns to you and says, "Oh, hello. Yes, that's me, I'm Fleet. How can I help you, sir?"
Fleet, I need a bit of mutton, some steaks, and 6 pints of blood.
Oh, you're making a blood sausage, eh?
Exactly. I will be making some blood sausages.
All right. Let's see. He sort of looks you up and down. Go ahead and make a persuasion check, please.
Persuasion check for it. Just give me what I want. I'm gonna pay him. Fail this, but why not?
He looks you up and down and he says, "Interesting. Got a bit of rips and tears in your outfit there, so you might want to have them looked at before other parties become involved. But that's withstanding, that'll be 2 gold, 50 silver."
Really? Can I just give you 3 gold pieces?
Oh, most certainly, sir. Absolutely. I'll make sure it's nicely twined and wrapped.
Thank you.
Certainly. He turns, goes through a doorway, and you hear sort of, and then just the sound of like liquid issuing forth. About 2 minutes later, he comes back out with like, how many pints?
It was just 4 pints.
4
Just 4
pints? Yeah, he just goes poof, 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 like milk bottles right on the counter. And like he's got just blood dripping down his arms, and he's just rubbing at it with a towel. So, how much meat you say, sir?
I would say maybe two stones of mutton salted, and 2 stones of steak. Just
Beef.
regular beef.
Absolutely. Yeah, I got that. And like he just sort of like goes down, takes a big just like ram carcass just right on the counter. Its head is lolling to one side, its eyeballs are sticking out of its skull like, and then he just takes his giant fucking cleaver right in front of you and just bam,
Nice. Very
and
nice.
just
sir.
chops off chunks of meat and gives you nicely in like paper and wraps it up, gives it to you.
Perfect. And I hand him 3 gold pieces. You do well. What was his name?
Fleet.
Fleet. You do well, sir. Good day to you.
Good day to you, sir.
And I take back off.
All right. 3 gold away from your...
Yeah, I took it off.
Fantastic. All right.
So now I have 4 pints of blood.
4
So I
pints
should
of
be good to go and put some of that in
blood.
my alcohol bottles.
Hell yeah. That should last you a while. At least it starts to curdle.
Yeah, well, that's why I mix it with the alcohol.
Absolutely. Of course. It's all about the ratios, right? It's just like...
Exactly.
Good stuff. Moynat, you didn't miss much other than Claudiu went on his little blood adventure.
Yep, I got filled in the chat.
Super. All right. Beyond that, I'd say, Claudiu, this probably takes you 20 minutes to walk back and forth with a 5-minute sort of dialogue. Maybe a little bit more, 5 or 6. So you can come back in about half an hour. In that half an hour, I would say that Mikmick starts to work on Amnestria's... What was the object that you guys were working on, actually?
Well, technically, Mikmick can't work on it because he doesn't have the tools.
Got it.
That's why I went to the blacksmith. So that's why he said he'll do it tomorrow
Okay.
when the blacksmith's back open.
He
Yep.
was working on sketches for better fitting armor for her. She
Better fitting armor, right.
purchased the scale mail, and it not really for her.
Yeah, I'm with you.
She just kind of purchased it from someone.
Gonna get it all fitted up like Moynad's goth bustier.
Yep, that's for sure. Speaking of which, Claudiu, I can say that you probably raided the armory as well and got yourself a nice cuirass of studded leather.
Nice. Now I'm gonna wait till I get back. I'm gonna roleplay that.
Can
whole thing.
wizards
You do that,
wear
you do
armor?
So it depends. They can, I think blade singers.
Correct.
Ah, he's a blade singer. Okay.
Is, yes.
Blade singers can wear armor.
That is correct. Other wizards do not, because they do not have the proficiencies.
But is that light armor? Or
It is
yeah,
light
studded
armor,
Yeah.
absolutely, yes.
Which is studded leather is light. That's what
Correct.
Moynad has. Is
It's
studded
the
leather.
best. It's the best light armor.
Yes. Oh, hi, Brutus. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, kitty cat. Okay, so I'll give you, of course, Moynat, the opportunity to do any final stuff for the evening as well.
Actually, I would like to check the kitchen. Amnestria said I was napping in the window. I like that. So I took a little snooze in the sea breeze in the window. And then feeling a bit inspired, I want to pop into the kitchen and see what their salt supply looks like.
There is a sort of block salt, which, is ground into crystals, which is then used
I don't want
on
to take
food.
that whole thing. I'm going to pop out quickly and see if I can find a shop that would sell me a block of salt.
Yeah, I would say you're directed, if we can, again, retroactively suggest that.
I could ask Alanic where I could purchase
Exactly.
some salt.
Yeah, it's probably in the same area, sort of like the night market area that Claudiu just went to, where Fleet's Meats is. There's probably like a spice shop.
Nice. All right, I'll go into the spice shop and buy a block of salt.
Absolutely. That's extremely expensive. I'm just letting you know. I'm kidding.
I'm sure it is.
It's like, 1 silver at most, probably.
Done. I'll buy a silver's worth of salt.
That sounds like a great band name. Silver's
Silver's worth of salt.
Silver's worth of salt.
I'm gonna remember that.
So would you have to
somewhere.
get some change?
No, I had silver.
Ah,
All right.
So buy a silver with a salt, bring it back.
Cool. Amnestria, Mikmick, Muadnhait, Claudiu, you all sort of reconvene back at the chateau if you intend to do anything with the rest of the night. It is now nighttime.
So I do.
Please.
I intend to go in. I intend to greet Mikmick and explain to him the situation with my clothing, because I see that he's repairing everybody else's clothes. So I'm wondering if he could do something about the holes that I have in my outfit. That the man pointed out. And I put down the mutton and the meat, and I explain that I'm going to be making steaks and some mutton. Then I run over to the armory, and I peruse the studded leather area, grab some studded leather armor, run out, go to the wine cellar, and grab 6 bottles of his finest wine.
Okay.
Of course you do.
Add them to your inventory as well as the studded leather.
Yep, will do. You guys ready for steaks?
I have not yet decided how Moynat is going to feel about steak.
That's true. Coming from a maritime community as she does. It's like, what is this? Amnestria and Mikmick, what do you choose to do with the evening?
well, other than show the Amnestria the designs that he currently made for her, that is basically the exact opposite of what Moynat's wearing. Instead of showing as much skin as possible, Amnestria is showing the least amount of skin as possible. That is, but still allowing a good degree of movement.
I like this.
She would approve.
So she's like what? Catwoman? Are we talking like are we talking like a full on like pleather? Like what's going on here? Like showing the least amount of skin but movement. Like I'm trying. My mind is going into lots of
It's
different.
got scale mail, so.
Oh, scale
Yeah.
mail. Okay.
Yes.
So.
Yes, she's got the medium armor today.
Okay. Full on scale armor.
How much does studded leather armor weigh? Oh, it's already there.
Yeah.
You added
So
it.
we're like sort of like an Aquaman thing going on, almost.
The scale.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah, scale mail, right?
Yeah, sure,
Yeah.
that's yeah.
Okay.
yeah, because yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
I mean probably not as shiny, but
Fair. Totally understood. Okay.
Matt, I'm going to get rid of the rations because that's weighing me down.
I'm over encumbered with rations.
It's also over encumbered rations earlier. I left him in the chest upstairs.
Yeah. Who needs rations? It's not like we're eating.
I mean, we are, but we're in.
You're in a city. You guys can call fucking Uber Eats. Yeah, it's
I have no rations.
yeah.
Full stop.
Yeah, you're fine. All right. So that said, after the prep and sort of reconvene, what is it? I should say that you would like to do with the rest of the night, if anything.
I also don't need torches.
I don't think any of you do anymore.
We don't, though they occasionally come in handy.
Yes.
I'll
Let's be having it.
Cla-
You see, they can't see.
Did Claudio want to go to the theater this evening or no?
Oh, of course. In the evening, I can do anything.
Sounds good to me.
After I make the steaks.
Whatever floats your boat.
So
Okay.
Claudio goes to the kitchen, makes some steaks.
All right, let's do this. I'm totally gonna call for a skill check here, just because I
Oh,
want to see.
wow.
I want to see how good these steaks are. How about? Let's see, steak making skill. I could say sleight of
Nature?
hand. Yeah, it could be nature. It could be sleight of hand.
Survival.
Could be survival.
Actually, it shouldn't be any of those things because people know how to cook. Come on.
Yeah.
Claudio knows how to make a
person.
good a good raven, a good
History
History for steaks.
for his knowledge of cooking.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do two, because a lot of it is knowledge, but it's also execution, right? You can be a perfectly able cook, knowing exactly what to do, but if you don't know what to do and when to do it, if your timing is off, it's all shot.
It's like really, really easy.
I know. So that's why I'm not going to make the DC very high.
Okay.
Especially if you have your mise en place. So, first of all, make an intelligence check, just to make sure you know what's going on.
Not the saving throw modifier.
No, just to hit the old intelligence button on the left. Perfect. Easy peasy. You know exactly what to do. You have your set list of items in the recipe. You've done this before. Now make a dexterity check.
Oh my god.
And let's see what happens.
A dexterity check.
Yes, sir. Again, the DC is not very high for this. And you ace it. You friggin' ace it. Yeah. Steaks. This wonderful... Yeah, steaks and mutton. Amnestria, to your nose, although I'm not sure like what your particular dietetic or dietary regimen is, I should say. It certainly smells wonderful. Go back to Muadnhait. Muadnhait probably is like, this smells like burning sailor.
Kind of. Muadnhait is going to make a con save to see how she feels about it.
Okay.
Muadnhait is not a fan.
Ooh. Yeah, pescatarian. Definitely
pescatarian. Also, just the fact that it's cooked, I think, is really what it is.
There you go.
She doesn't... Even though it's Claudiu, so I'm assuming it's cooked relatively rare, she's not... She takes a bite out of curiosity and then just sort of slides the plate away and says, no, thank you.
Okay. Mikmick, how do you feel about these wonderful...
So I've just been
She
trying
grabs
to think
herself
about.
and she eyes Claudiu's wine, remembers what it tastes like, and then grabs a fresh bottle and opens it. And
while I was
herself a
making
glass of wine.
the steaks, I took some of the pints that I had and I mixed them with the alcohol. So I have like 3 bottles of blood wine.
Okay. Well, hopefully she picked the right bottle. Mikmick, what is it? How do you feel about the steaks and about the bun? Let's go from there. Like, what do your taste buds do?
That's what I'm just trying to think of what Mikmick's taste buds would be. I mean, a part of me is saying he's probably like a medium rare kind of guy, but
These are rare.
I was thinking another part of my brain thinks he's would have it well done. I'm not 100% sure.
These are rare. I don't know. Maybe you should roll a con save. Also, what does Arthur think? Or not Arthur, Gabe.
Oh, Cabe. Cabe has already eaten. Cabe has already had soup.
Would he not like to try these wonderful steaks and mutton?
Cabe looks at your steaks and says, I'm gonna go ahead and pass, if that's okay. No offense. I'm sure that they're wonderful.
I give him the eye.
They sort of give you back the eye.
Gio seems to be enjoying
Who's
the
they?
steak.
Cabe. Cabe is a they.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. It was a they. Got it. I'm thinking everybody at the table's giving me back the eye now.
Yeah, at this point. All right. I mean, the steaks go off pretty well, at least with Amnestria. I mean, she's digging in.
You're surprisingly a fairly decent cook, Claudiu.
Thank you.
It's been a while since I've had a steak like this, so it's
I
appreciated.
will partake of the steak, and then we will figure out a way to preserve it so that we can take it with us on our voyages to other parts of the town.
Take it.
Steak on a
with us.
steak. Stick it in the... There you go.
Such a weird interaction.
Welcome to my games, Alex. Okay. So the meal is done. It's a wonderful meal, at least for some of you. And yeah, it's now a choice of where you would like to go, if anywhere.
Everything will probably be closed at this point, I'm assuming.
Okay.
Unless we're going to the theater.
I believe we talked about going to the theater, did we not?
We did, indeed.
I mean, we can certainly go there if anyone else wants to. Claudiu was the one invited, not us, so...
Well, I think it was Claudiu and Mikmick, from memory.
I think it was just Claudiu, actually, from what I know. I think
The
that you were
Red
made aware of the Red Widow Theater, but that it was Claudiu specifically that was invited.
Invited.
Yeah.
And it's rude to invite others, right? Or is it not? Because I want to bring everyone.
There's nothing in the laws of decorum that state that once you are invited to somewhere that you can't bring others.
I'm bringing the party.
Going on his own. He's gone rogue.
Cabe, you
We
should
all knew it
come
was
with
happening.
us. It's gonna be great. What's my AC after I put studded leather on?
Let's see. I think it's based on your dexterity. So what is your dexterity modifier?
Yeah. Tell you right now.
Sure.
It is 3.
Okay, so I think that
It's
it
15.
is 15, yes.
It's already there.
Beautiful.
Alright, cool.
All right.
And why do I not have all my spell slots? Did I use spells?
You did use some, although I don't think actually you used any during the day whilst you were away. So you should have them all back. I just didn't have the chance to put them all back.
Yeah. I think every time Matt hit the even the cantrip that just used the spell slot for some reason.
I don't know why. It's very strange.
Because the ABI.
The API shakes fist. All right. Cool. Tell me what it is, what you want to do, folks. The night is
We
yours.
said we were going to the Red Theater.
Super.
Yeah.
The Red Widow Theater. All right. So, you pack up. It's night. You look pretty decent, I think.
Moynat decides, rather enjoying the look of herself in her new armor, to weave her hair into a very elaborate braid to go out for the evening.
All right. All right.
It's sort of like a bunch of smaller braids that weave into a large fishtail.
Ooh, I like that. That's nice. Fishtail.
She had a lot to do while she was... A fishtail braid is the braid that has lots of little skinny pieces that go around, but instead of being individual skinny pieces, they're little tiny individual braids.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
She has a lot of time to kill while everyone else is eating steak and she's not.
That's
so.
true. Yeah. I mean,
And she's got plenty of hair to work with.
And she's got, knee-length hair to go with. So
that's a lot.
it's a very...
As someone once said, that's a lot of hair.
hair.
Yep.
Very elaborate.
Yep. All right. So once again, I will showcase where it is that you guys leave from and head to. You leave from Alanix Chateau, moving up through the street of salons at night, passing by carriages filled with very important and fancy-looking people, at least. You know by now that almost everything in Dementliu is a facade, a very easily discovered facade, but a facade nonetheless. And that facade must be upheld. Else the wrath of the Duchess coming down upon you. And all of these intricate levels of etiquette that are sort of festooned about you in just mind-numbing dictums that seem to sort of make you go, why the hell would anybody do these kinds of strange things? Like you see somebody turning in place like 5 times and then spitting, and then people sort of hopping on one foot, and then you pass by them. You see someone with their hair parted on like the left side, and then they take a comb and they part it on the right side immediately. and then you see someone giving like a special handshake to another person, and then they sort of touch elbows. All of these strange sort of eccentricities from these people, and all to satisfy the whims of the Duchess. You pass up through the street of salons, past the great library and museum at Jalabert, past through the alleyways and along up Starlight Boulevard. My God, they named a street Starlight Boulevard. Wow.
Why am I getting We Happy Few kind of vibe?
Yeah, a little bit. I was thinking more like a combination of two. The hell's the guy who did Cats? Oh my God, why am I missing the guy's name? Anyone? The music.
I'm not a theater kid.
The musical guy. The guy. Andrew Lloyd Webber. Yeah, there we go. Andrew Lloyd Webber.
I was thinking Sunset Boulevard. I'm like, is everyone wearing turbans?
Well, it's Starlight Express and Sunset Boulevard. So it's
together.
like smoosh the two and you get Starlight Boulevard. I'm pretty sure that's the reference there. Anywho, passing up past Starlight Boulevard, past the Crucible building where the supposed police forces are. And then passing by the outer city wall to Widow's Walk, where you remember the studios where you found Radaga's apartment was. That's correct. At Velatin Villas. And nearby, to Velatin Villas, maybe a block or two away, is this immense building, takes up an entire city block, with very ostentatiously a giant spider made out of metal and brick and stone, sitting atop it with an enormous red hourglass painted on its back. And you see that there is a line, but it's not as enormous as the line to the Donaire estate. There's a line to get in. Clearly, this is some kind of a review or some kind of place of festivities.
Well, I see we're not the only ones here tonight.
I suppose that bodes well.
Well, I mean, we were personally invited here, were we not? Or at least Claudiu was.
Indeed, I don't suppose we see... Oh, you may want to do something about your appearance. You don't quite look as she will remember you. Oh, he's not here. He stepped away.
Yes. Yeah. Fair enough, I think that he probably changes it with that spell, which I think the last time we saw him, he had the ability to use, which was Disguise Self.
Yes.
Which was just make himself much more sort of ostentatious and fancy looking.
Yes, and and muscly.
Yes, 100%. So yeah, I think once he gets back, I'll let him know to do so.
Well, while we're waiting, just sort of look around the area, see if there's anything interesting.
I'm looking around, especially knowing that Radaga frequented this theater, looking about to see if anybody who at least matches her. We have a vague description of what she looks like, right?
Yeah, you know that she has olive skin and she has dark hair. She wears these things on her face, which looks similar to these items that that Alanik wears. These sort of he calls them spectacles. They're basically clear glass enclosed with some kind of a tortoise shell or metallic frame hooked around the ears to help these people see better. Well, clearly human.
And I will say that I brought the mask that I found with me, that I have
Cool.
on me,
Awesome.
in a pocket.
All right. Very cool.
Somewhere in this tight leather armor, there are pockets.
There's always pockets. I mean, that's probably why you picked it. And if there weren't, then Mikmick probably made them with,
Exactly.
adjusted
Mikmick
them.
would have made them with pockets.
Hell yeah. You don't see anything particular. I won't require you to roll or anything, besides the fact that this enormous spider, which by the way I got the colors mixed actually. Red widow spiders as opposed to black widow spiders are red with a black hourglass.
Yes.
And not black with a red hourglass. So you do see that, this sort of crimson spider on top of the building with a black hourglass on its abdomen. And what's more is that you see that there are sort of clearly magically infused light of some kind, as similar to the ones that you've seen throughout Portalucine, which you've seen sort of atop lampposts instead of torches. You see that there are sort of beams of this magically infused light that are sort of shifting to and fro on the building and then up into the air, sort of making strange patterns in the cloud cover.
Is there anyone around that we recognize?
You could make a perception check.
I'll make a check for that as well.
Sure.
I think Mikmick's not looking at the crowd, he's more looking at the architecture.
Okay.
I got a 20.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maeve, sorry.
It's okay.
They're gonna get better, I promise. With a 20 perception, why not? You don't recognize anyone online or in the immediate vicinity, no.
All right. And this is actually just a question. So, Julian the half-orc, he sang me that little bit of song that she used to hum that the people of the theater sang. Remember?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So even though he was not exactly super musical, being a bard, I would probably recognize that song if I heard it during the show, correct?
Yeah, I think you would,
Okay,
actually.
cool. Then I will be keeping an eye out for that during the performance.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Or an ear out, I should say.
Ear
Keeping an ear
open.
out, exactly. All right. Let's see. What else is there to say?
Alex has returned.
Hello, Alex. Very quick note as you guys approach the Red Widow Theater. A note of recollection, actually, that Sarah imparted to us, which is that the last time that you were encountering Aranye Stormare was at the Masquerade Ball. You actually used disguise self on yourself in order to sort of really spruce yourself up. You gave yourself like the bouffant hair and like the big shoulders, the big sort of, you, as someone said in chat, Gastonified yourself a little bit.
Nice. Should I do that again?
That is the suggestion.
Let's do that.
Boom. You are, hey, you are Claudiu. There you go.
Well, I think at the party he was called just Claude. from memory.
Yes, I
When
think
it took a second to sink in, that was great.
you're welcome, Sarah. Claudiu.
Claudiu. Claudia. Claudio.
You're very tired, Sarah.
I'm so tired. It's been a really long week, guys.
It's all good. It's all good. It's gonna get better. 3-day weekend.
Yes.
Power through.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, before just normal Claudiu, pale, withdrawn, alcoholic Claudiu, and then it's just whoosh, and he's like, hello.
Alcoholic Gaston.
Exactly.
Pretty sure Gaston was already an alcoholic. I don't think you need to qualify that.
Yeah, exactly. It just happens.
It's
So
all
yes,
those eggs.
you're outside on the line. If you choose to, get online to join in the fun, by all means.
Indeed. Let us.
We're gonna join the line.
All right, you join the
Unless
line.
we get invited in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cordoned line. There are people obviously inside who want to go in, so you have to join like everybody else. And hell, if you're going to get carded, no, the line actually moves pretty quickly. Within probably 15 minutes or so, you are all at the front door, and you can hear music. So Let me give you a little music. You hear sort of the sound of sort of hubbub inside, as well as accordion music. Let me bring you to the Red Widow Theater.
Yes, there's a map.
There is a
Really?
map.
I love maps.
Maps are good. We like the Red Widow Theater map. Poof.
Can
Let
only
me
go
just
in
make
one direction.
Yes, at this point in time, the guy at the door opens said door, and so I can bring you to... Boom. There's the door, and you have all rights to go through it. Yeah, so by all means, head on inside. The first thing that you notice that when you get into the Red Widow Theater is that the theater itself seems to be approximately 60 feet by about 60 feet. Oh, did the door not open? Sorry, my fault. No, the door is open. You guys are just looking. Okay. Yeah, the performance space... Oh, I'm sorry. You guys are not even there yet. You guys are sort of in the little vestibule. You guys can keep on coming in.
This is the lobby. Oh,
yes,
right.
this is the lobby. This is the waiting area. If you decide to go in, you have to
I
go
was
past the
looking at
curtain.
these giant spiders.
Yes, indeed. You do see that there are sort of 10-foot wide, giant sort of spider statues, which are affixed to the floor. And there is a door to the north which says it says ladies, and there's a door to the south which says gentlemen.
Restrooms, if anyone needs to do their ablutions.
Indeed.
And I'm assuming this is the entrance to the theater.
Yes, this is a big red curtain, and there are, although they are not there are two gentlemen standing with spears, and they sort of grab the curtain and with a flourish, open the curtain and usher you inside.
Oh.
And that's when the music really starts, folks.
Oh, so much music.
There's a big hubbub inside.
Moynight
and
is
lots of
taken
people.
aback for a hot second.
You see
then steps in.
at least a dozen people sitting at tables throughout this whole scene that you are witnessing. There's the space itself seems to be about 60 feet 60 feet wide by about 60 feet long. And the stage, which is about here, does have a musician who is literally like a one-man band. He is playing a lute with two hands. He's also blowing through like a recorder, and he has it's literally what's the guy's name from Mary Poppins?
Oh, I don't remember.
Dick Van Dyke's character. What am I losing my mind? Fred, of course, Fred. He's literally Fred, but actually a really great musician. And everything is coming out of this guy. All the music that you're hearing around you on stage is coming from this one guy.
Where's the redhead? Because there's clones of what I think.
Yeah, I'm looking around and I see exactly one
Gentlemen,
token that doesn't match any other token, and it's this one.
Which one? Ah, yes. Yeah, you see a couple of people sort of. It doesn't really indicate anything per se.
Oh, okay.
The clones per se are just commoners. I'm just trying to put a variety of people here.
Okay.
Some of which look like they are much more well-to-do, shall we say, than others. They have finery. They're dressed very effetely. The whole monocle, Mr. Moneybags kind of thing. Others probably more dressed down for the affair. Others are dressed sort of more, I would say, secretly. They have hoods, cloaks, the whole affair. Maybe it's due to some kind of secret agenda, or maybe it's just the fact that they don't have the most pleasing attire, shall we say.
Well, seeing that there's only one table presently unoccupied, Moynat's just going to make her way right down to the front
All right.
and take a seat.
There the stage itself is about 30 feet deep, and you see, obviously, there are about a dozen tables. There are also alcoves along the walls, which you see that there are curtains, most of which are drawn. And on the stage, those same magical lights that you've seen all through Porta Lucine seem to illuminate this one performer. And each table has just a plain non-magical lantern on it that sheds a bright light as well.
I'll actually retcon that very briefly and say that she's like standing next to Claudiu, and then before she walks down to that table, she sort of takes a deep breath, and her normal, like, baseline cold demeanor just kind of softens into something more outgoing, more welcoming, more inviting, but also proud. And then she makes her way down to the table and takes a seat.
Okay.
Amnestria would just tap Mikmick on the shoulders, and she sees she's hanging back. I'll be right back. Go just go over here. Gonna excuse herself to the bathroom because I also need to go there. So
Amnestria goes in real life to the bathroom.
I
it's
love
like you
it.
gave me a bathroom. I might as well go there.
I'm gonna take my break.
1 second. Get back.
Go ahead, do it. That's no problem. Claudiu, what are you doing?
I'm not good in crowds, but I'm looking for that redhead.
Make a perception check.
I already did.
Going to be on the
Oh, you
stage,
did?
silly.
Oh,
Oh, he made one a while back.
Yeah, you made
17.
a while back.
that wasn't a while back.
That was before you
like-
cast Disguise, huh?
That's as soon as I got back from my bio break.
That was
That was before
if
you guys
saw
actually
him
went into the
outside.
building, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that was before you went in.
He wasn't outside, so that's
do
a
one more.
check for outside.
Oh, come on.
I know, you're not Elbalthan, you don't get automatic 23.
Oh, you got the same fucking score. Who cares?
Look at that.
17. You do not see said redhead Aranya Stormare.
Oh.
I'm actually going to make a perception check just to see if I see anyone that I recognize from the ball.
Absolutely. Go for it.
Oh,
My God, what's up with the 17s today? Crazy. Let's see. Do you see anyone that you know from the pool? No, you don't. You make a pretty decent scan of the entire area, darkness being what it is and your vision being what it is. You don't notice anyone here inside that you recognize at all, in fact.
I'm just sitting at the table, doing my utmost to look like I belong here.
Okay. Mikmick, what are you doing?
I sort of see Claudiu and I wave to him as though, come in, come down.
There is a table.
Claudiu.
Mick's just staring at the spotted statue.
He's just like
waiting until.
He tries to make his
No,
way around.
it's the spider has given him. There's something in his brain. It's like, should I recognize this? So he's just trying to rack his brain at the moment, see if he can remember why these spiders look familiar.
Okay, make an intelligence check.
Check. Okay. And he's half waiting for Amnestria to get back so they can go in together.
Sure.
And Claudiu has just run off.
Claudiu has just gone into the wings.
I
Okay.
found her.
Okay, so you run into the wings. This is great. This is the perfect place to take our break. I love
Everybody-
this. Okay, Claudiu's like, excuse me. He just like gets up from the table. He walks past the guy at the corner who's like smoking like a long pipe, and he's like, "Sir, can I?" And he's just like, "No, I've got this." And he walks past the curtain, swoosh, into where it says "cast only," into the wings, and looks.
Open.
And yeah, I can't. I mean, amazing, right? Here, I'll just.
What's behind curtain number 1?
Yeah, for real. I can't really. I have to zoom in super deep to actually even show you guys in chat what's going on. But there's in the top left-hand corner, you guys can see where Claudiu is. Claudiu's just walked right through that curtain and all the way down there. You see Aranya Stormare, and Aranya is like, she doesn't notice you yet. She's just like putting up she's getting herself in costume. And you see that it's got this sort of like web motif like all around her, and she's just tying up her hair, and she's like looking at herself in the mirror, and she's like stretching out, and she's just like doing all like kicks in the air and sort of doing one of these things. And as she like moves her head, she like turns her head in your direction, and your eyes lock, and she's like, what it's what are you? You are a bad boy. What are you doing here? This is backstage. This is backstage. And she like starts sort of like walking down in your direction to sort of shoo you away and out.
You awkwardly.
She's like, what are you doing? Stop. This is not, this I work here. This is my place.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just came to see if you were here.
That is so sweet. You are a wonderful man, and you look delicious. Look at that. No, but go. After hour, yes, after hour. And you sort of like
look on Alex's face. Right?
Claudiu comes back to the table with that exact look.
Yep. Yep. All right. Let me just shift the scene. Okay. All right. So Mikmick
chairs are back here along the back, by the way, Alex.
Indeed, yeah. If you want, I could just place you there if you'd like.
I'm trying to stay away from the crowds.
All right. Perfect.
There you go.
Don't place me there.
Don't place you there? Okay, don't place you in the chair?
I'm too close to all these people. There's too many people.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. You just want to stand?
Yes.
Lean against the table.
Yeah, just do one of
Yeah,
those.
or we can say he dragged a
those.
chair over there, because if he keeps standing
Totally.
up, someone's gonna yell at him.
Absolutely. All right.
Standing up right at the front.
Yeah, standing up at the center table.
Absolutely. Okay, it's at that time that the man on stage finishes his tarantella. There's a humongous round of applause that you hear issuing forth from the audience. Do you applaud?
Seeing everyone else clap, Muadnhait joins in.
Okay. The man on stage says, "Oh, thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience. Oh my." And his eyes fasten on you, Muadnhait. He says, "Well, hello there. I don't think I've ever seen you at the Red Widow. Might I ask your name, pretty lady?"
What was the name I gave at the poll?
Oh, God.
You were something of the deep fathoms.
Yeah.
Of the 5 fathoms, but
Yeah.
Lady or Contessa.
Shit,
I think it started with a D. Can you scroll up in chat to last session?
Nope.
Oh, god damn it.
What fish starts with a D?
It wasn't a fish. I pulled it off of a Gaelic names list. Ah, crap.
You can always make up a new name.
You're
I am
Deirdre?
the lady Celeste of Darkwater.
Oh my! The guy sits back and he's like, "I have heard of you! Ladies and gentlemen, we have a famous songstress in our midst." And like he points his hand towards you, Muadnhait, and goes, "Lady Celestra of the Darkwater! Let's hear it for Lady Celestra of the Darkwater!" And the entire audience is like, "Ah, yeah! Lady Celestra, we're amazed! Let's go! Let's go! Come out on the stage, everybody!"
I just kind of like half wave at everyone.
Exciting.
Come on! And then like one person starts clapping in rhythm, like, and then another person joins in. Celestra, Mikmick and Amnestria. Even from the restroom, Amnestria, you can hear something going on.
He just walks around the corner. Okay.
Oh, my
Sees
god,
me.
it's just gonna like take a deep breath and stand. And just sort of wave to everybody and curtsy. And then say, "It's not my night, it's yours, please."
Oh, boo, boo! Like people start booing and like standing up. One woman like literally just like takes her like handkerchief, just like blows her nose, like, no, I came all this way. I came all this way to the river. It's all right, darling. It's all right. I've heard of something. Yeah.
I'm gonna take a walk towards the stage.
As you do so, like
Except my token is frozen and I can't move it there.
that's okay. As you do so,
It won't go any further than where I am right now.
No, that's fine. I have to like change the lighting scheme, but essentially, yeah, it's no problem. I can bring you there. If you're going to get on stage, the bard.
I want to stand on the steps next to him and be like, "What are you doing?" Very quietly.
Bard says, "It's your night," and gives you a wink.
Fuck is going on?
Fine, Moynot's gonna get on the stage.
And that's where we're gonna take our break. Awesome.
Maybe someone can tell me what's going on. Like, did she do something at the ball that?
No,
No.
Not that you're aware.
I have not sung anywhere in this town. I have played my lute in the park, or my lyre in the park for money. That's it.
I looked up the chat log and I found what
Found it too. I
I
put it in
found
chat.
your name. Why not?
Oh, goody. I need to make a list of these so I don't forget them.
Contessa Duana of the
Duana.
Five
Duana, that was it. Okay.
Do you wanna sing a song? Maybe.
Oh my
wanna?
god. Yeah.
Duana.
All right, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna put this in my notes. I'm gonna start making an aliases list.
Awesome. All right.
Do you wanna get on
Copy
stage?
paste.
Do you want to take a break? Let's do want to take a break. All right. We'll be back in 5 minutes, folks, for part 2 of whatever the hell this is all about. See you in a little bit.
There you go. I posted it in chat for you.
Thank
Sarah.
you.
Yep,
Thank
I
you so
got it.
much.
Thank you.
All right. We're back. So yeah, Amnestria and Mikmick and Claudiu are watching from the audience, as well as all the rest, as Muadnhait mounts the stage. And the audience is silent in expectation.
Mikmick, what is she doing?
I sort of look back to the bard as if to say, "Any requests?"
The bard sort of says, "Oh, please, Duana. We know you're
Oh, I'm not Duana now. I'm Celesta.
Oh, Celesta, I'm sorry. We know that anything that comes out of those heavenly pipes of yours will be more than enough for this this lowly audience. We are way beholden to you. Please enlighten us with your heavenly voice."
All right, then I'm going to do a Tales from Beyond,
Oh,
and
God.
it's number 5, which
God.
is I don't have to bestow it right away.
That's true, you don't.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, all right. Let me think about this for a second.
Okay.
There was a young man, and the things that he saw would make the skin of a young maiden crawl. And he knew the only answer was to fight or to die. And if you think that he's gone, well, that would be a lie. Gotta breathe. For any man who met his hand would find himself far 'neath the ground. You best cover your head and hide when the Avenger comes around. I'm calling at the end of the song.
No, that's good. That's
I'm out of
fantastic.
lyrics. I'm tired.
No, that's good. It's working.
All right.
Like at the beginning of the song, everyone's rapt, like, ooh. And then as the lyrics sort of float down into the audience and they grasp the meaning of the song, faces sort of begin to begin to change from one of just sort of enormous elation to sort of questioning and then concern, perhaps even in worry. What is the effect of this Tales from Beyond?
I bestow it when I want to. It's active until my next long rest.
Okay. Which specific tale is it? Just so
It is the Tale of the Avenger. So I can put it in chat for you. I have not bestowed it on anyone. That is it. That is.
All right. When you decide to use this, any creature that hits the target with a melee attack takes force damage equal to a roll of your bardic inspiration. Oof, man.
So I can bestow it on myself or anyone else.
Fair. This is good. All right.
As everyone is just sort of sitting there stunned, not saying anything, Amnestria comes into the doorway and just starts clapping from the doorway.
Awesome. Others sort of like look over at you. Amnestria's just like, yeah, amazing. And like it just like a wave spreads through the crowd. And even the bard is like kind of taken aback just from this, 20-second virtuoso performance. Magically enhanced.
I'm going to step back to him, just like all smiles. I'm going to kiss him on the cheek. I'm going to look him dead in the eyes and say, that could have gone much worse,
I don't see how it couldn't have gotten any better. He smiles.
Oh, trust me, it could have. And then I'll smile, I'll take a little curtsy, and I'll make my way back to the seat when dynamic lighting lets me off the stage.
I will pull you out of the dynamic lighting.
Thank you.
No worries. Ugh, there you go.
I like that dynamic lighting can exist without us seeing it and just keep us off the stage.
That is part of what Roll20 does.
Fun. That's fun. I like it.
Indeed, it does. Okay.
Literally build a wall of force into your dynamic lighting.
Yes, you can set up invisible dynamic lighting layers. Alex is pinging something. Is there a reason
himself?
You're just
That's
pinging?
clap.
That's your clapping? That's good. That's really good. You're like, what is he doing? He's just pinging over and over and over again. Okay. All right.
Before she joins them at that table, she's also going to signal to Mikmick. Come on. Just sort of stand in the doorway, just like, Mikmick.
And as I get back to my seat, I'm going to say, well, enough about me. On with the show.
All right.
And sit down.
Yeah, as you do so, magically, this does not come from the bard on stage, because he hops off the stage and goes running towards the same exit that you saw Claudiu running to as he runs backstage. There is a short period of music that seems to be piped in from apparently nowhere, but it is sort of a jaunty rag. Played by some kind of a keyboard instrument.
I just sort of look around. I'm like, well, no one's dead. I suppose we're all right.
All right. Mikmick is, I guess, at the doorway. What is Mikmick doing here?
Mikmick enters the room and sees the host of people, and none of them which are his size. So he's just going to stay at the back and lean against the wall.
All right.
I'll
It is
give
at
you
that
a boost onto the chair if you need it.
It is at that time that Aranyi Stormare actually comes out with her sort of attire on. As she does so, people sort of hoot and go, "Hey, Aranyi!" And she sort of gives the sort of, wave. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Good to see you. Yes, you. Welcome back. And she sort of moves over to your table, actually. And she stands in front of the table. And she says, "Oh, you brought your friends. That's so nice."
Should I have not?
Oh, no. It's hey, as they say, And then she counts. She's like, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is a crowd. I don't even know. Is that what to say?
I don't.
I sort of lean over and I say, "Oh, don't worry. We won't get in the way. Unless you want us to."
And she sort of like puts an elbow on the table and looks directly at you in the eyes, Claudiu, and she says, "I don't know. Does he want us to?"
I'm afraid you'll have to ask him that.
I think 4 makes a wagon.
She sort of like thinks about this for a second. She's
I want to say, can I please exchange a glance with Aranye when he says that?
like, what?
Like, you'll have to forgive my friend. He's not the best with words.
3 makes a tricycle. 2 makes a bicycle. And 1 is a unicycle.
Fair.
Like I said, not the best with words.
It's okay. He's very pretty.
He's pretty and clueless, but he's...
Oh, that's okay. It's okay. We all have our own facades to put on our faces. But well, I'm assuming that you brought your friends here for a good time. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I came here to see your performance. You mentioned you performed here when we talked at the...
Of course. I would have no problem showcasing my performance. It is perhaps let me think, about 15 minutes before my nightly debut, of course.
Very much looking forward to it.
How did you find the ball, the masquerade ball?
Lovely.
Interesting.
Lovely. Can I have a conversation with this lady?
Dreadful.
Please. And she looks directly at you.
I would like to insight check her.
Okay, what are you trying to find out from said insight check?
Is there something nefarious going on here at this here theater?
I mean, you could potentially see if there's any kind of hidden subterfuge within Aranye.
Yes.
Sure. Insight check.
Feel it, because you can.
An 11.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't seem overtly like she has any sort of dubious plans for you.
Unless wanting to get in your pants is dubious.
Fair.
I don't know if that works anymore, but we could try.
Oh, that's true.
That
I mean-
is-
It's all blood.
Yeah.
doesn't really circulate.
it's just like top half, right? Just top half. That's it.
I mean, it has to go somewhere
Yeah,
when you
exactly.
drink it, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if Claudiu can blush.
I don't know.
I don't think
Yeah.
Claudio can
Yeah.
blush.
Yeah. So
Things we didn't need to know.
yeah, exactly. Like, thank you.
I'm just saying.
Hashtag
She is-
sex life of vampire.
Yeah,
She
for
is
real.
lovely, and secretly she looks tasty. But I don't know.
I mean, you could have it worse.
It's true.
Well, if that's your plan for her, you better hope she doesn't talk Moy not into a threesome.
She looks over at
I love
At,
fish and steak.
fish and steak. She. Oh, actually, let me put some ambience on. Hold on.
That's the name of our doubles act.
Uh huh.
Next time I get called up on stage, you're coming up with me. Fish and steak.
This is great. I love everything about this. Oops, sorry, wrong one. Let me just go back there. There we go. I have to put the music back. More music. More music. Go back with the music. All right, thank you. Cool. So she looks at the three of you, and then she says, and she points over to Mikmick. She says, I think your friend over there, he keeps looking at the table. I don't know if he feels comfortable coming over. I could go over and talk to him.
With crowds, I also have an issue with crowds.
Well, you picked the wrong place.
I know.
I don't know.
He
He seems to
shows
do
me.
whatever he wants. He's an odd little fellow, but we like him.
Fair, fair.
What did you think of the Duchess's ball?
Yes, I've been to so many. It's kind of boring sometimes.
Really? Is disintegrating her guests a usual part of the festivities,
Not
or was
all
that a
the
one-off?
time. No, definitely not a one-off. I have seen her do that before, but not so much anymore.
Any idea why she chose my dance partner?
Because Gilbert was not invited.
Why not?
I don't know all the details, but the Morenos family has been on the outs with the Duchess for quite a long time. I believe, although this is hearsay and gossip, that Gilbert found his invitation and forged his way in.
Oh, the nerve of some people.
She just shakes her head.
Though why on earth would he want to come if their families are at odds? I don't know. It makes... Forgive me, I'm very new to these parts, and much of the etiquette here makes very little sense to me, particularly everyone's obsession with wearing clothing all the time, but... I don't know, I guess I just don't understand why one would want to come to a party where one was not invited.
Sometimes we do things to show others a face that we wish I had, but do not have.
I suppose I understand that. Are the Morenos in town, or do they live outside?
Oh, they live here within Port Alecine, yes?
If I wish to pay my regards for the loss of their son, whereabouts might I find them?
I do not know. I knew that they hold an estate somewhere on the outskirts of, I believe it is the Widow's Walk district, perhaps a little north of here.
No.
Is
Very well. I didn't know him very well, so I may not find the time, but you know, propriety being what it is.
Of course.
now is he the only one in that family that's been turned to dust, so to speak?
As far as I am aware, yes.
And what was that family name, the last name again? Gilbert?
Moreno.
Moreno.
Mhm.
Yeah.
He wasn't terribly interesting, but he was a good dancer.
Yes, yes, he was. And she sort of like looks down at the floor a little bit. And she says, well,
Yes, enough about the disintegration. I believe you have a show.
oh yes, I will be more than happy to meet you afterwards, of course, if you so desire it.
Oh, yes.
Maybe we can get a bite to eat? If it's not too
yes,
late.
we can. Yes, we should.
Excellent. And she smiles at you. And yeah, she sort of bows deeply and gives you her hand.
Oh, kiss.
Okay. She takes it back and sultrily, sort of like Jessica Rabbit style, looks back at you the whole time as she goes back towards the wings.
I think she likes you.
Well, yeah,
She
it's
certainly does.
pretty obvious, yeah.
Okay.
Should probably get her drunk.
I don't think you need to.
Maybe she'll try my steaks.
I tried it. It just wasn't to my liking.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it wasn't raw, fishy enough, yeah.
Well, after your terrible wine, I'm not surprised our tastes don't coincide.
The wine is amazing. Simply aged, darling. Aged.
Whatever you say.
What is it that you guys want to do while waiting for the act to go on, if anything?
Lester's gonna go check on Mikmick.
Okay. Where is Mikmick? Oh, he's
I'm
over by
just
the
sort of-
he's over by the door
Yeah.
here.
I'm just sort of looking around the room, observing the crowd, seeing if anyone looks anxious or particularly interested or anything. People who look like they're not necessarily maintaining the decorum required. at such
Absolutely.
events.
Make a perception check.
So many perception checks.
19.
Lucky perception check.
So, Muadnhait, you do sort of look over at all the tables, everyone's sort of hubbubbing, and I can't wait for it. I thought it was really great. And you do happen to notice that here, along the side walls, there are curtains, right? We talked about these a little bit earlier. Out of one of the curtains steps a sort of hooded and cloaked figure. You can't really see their face. You can't determine if it's a male or female either, but right behind the cloaked figure, a female sort of steps out, starts walking down past you, sort of looks back at the cloaked figure and sort of nods, and the cloaked figure nods back. And directly out of the curtained area, you see the cloaked figure put their hand and pull someone out from the curtained area. This is a man. He's dressed in white silks. He looks like he's swaying, like he's completely drunk. Like, and the cloaked figure takes the man by the arm and sort of leads him and looks around the whole time towards the backstage area, and then disappears out of view.
I'm going to stand up and, under the guise of just, casually strolling the room as though I'm looking for an acquaintance, casually make my way in that direction.
Okay. You guys watch as Muadnhait sort of leaves your table and moves over towards the wing.
I'm sort of standing by the wing, looking to see if I can see anything, and I can't.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna make a stealth check and try and just slip through unnoticed.
All right, let's see it.
It's
an 8.
Terrible.
Yeah, you sort of like.
I don't think I have any bard shit that can fix that.
Unfortunately.
I'm looking and I'm like, I don't.
Yeah, you sort of like grab the curtain and sort of like try to make it sort of muffle the sound of you moving past the curtain into the wings. But they're like, I don't know, you didn't notice that there are sort of like tassels. And you like,
or there's a chain or something.
Yes, exactly. There's a chain and you hear as you move backstage. The interesting thing is that you're like, shit, someone definitely heard that. And you look. And there are a couple of people at tables who are like, what the hell is she doing over there? But beyond that, nobody is backstage here. You do see that there's like a door here to the north, and there's a long sort of corridor that moves behind the backstage area, perhaps to the other wing on the other side. You don't see anybody around.
Can I crack open this door and peek through it?
Absolutely.
I mean, technically speaking, she could say that she's supposed to be back there, seeing as she's just played, so she's a star.
We'll see. I'm going to... there are plenty of lies I can tell, depending on if I get caught, but I do want to crack open this door and peek through it.
Okay. Okay. So, you crack open the door. I'm going to open the door for you. It's well worth noting that, by the way, Muadnhait, I would say, based on the fact that you failed your stealth roll, that not only at least the nearby audience knows where you are, but probably your friends do too, because their passive perceptions
yeah, that's totally
way
fine. Totally fine.
higher than a 9.
It was a terrible stealth check. It's
fair. Okay, this is a good thing. You crack open the door, and you're able to see a whole bunch of wooden planks and sort of flats that seem to have been stored in here. And you hear a noise like this.
Oh, I'm going to close the door. I don't see any people. I'm closing the door immediately.
Okay. You close the door.
And then there's a long hallway. Is there anything else on this hallway?
Yeah, you do notice that along the hallway there are small doors that are set in to the long hallway every like 20 or so feet.
Alrighty. Look, can I make a survival check to try and see where Drunk Man went? Like to look for like, I don't know, boot scuff marks on the floor where he dragged his drunken feet.
That's a fantastic idea. Make a survival check.
15.
Yeah, you see that the boot scuff marks are going north.
Into that door that I did not go through?
Uh-huh.
Interesting. I'm leaving this space right now.
Okay.
I'm going to go back to my friends at the table.
Okay.
Or I'm going to go back to Claudiu. And just say, considering your proclivities, this may be up your alley, but I noticed a man with guards come out of this doorway over this curtain over here and head backstage, and I believe he went into what looked like a storage room to the north, but, well, let's just say I heard some sounds that reminded me of the basement of the House of Lament, and thought perhaps it wasn't best to go alone.
You mean like the cats?
I don't know if it was the cats or not, but now when I hear strange noises coming from rooms that look empty, I perhaps think twice. See, I'm learning my way about being on land.
I'm wondering about my proclivity. But,
Oh, he seemed to be incredibly intoxicated.
Oh.
So if that's where they take the drunk, then maybe I can take you.
Suppose you could take me. What did you hear inside?
That sort of sounded like a... I don't know what that means.
I'm wondering what makes that sound.
I have no idea.
Matt, could I make a roll or something?
Sure, just make an intelligence check. I mean, there could be a lot of things that make that sound based on what you're hearing.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty tough.
That's fine.
Let's see what intelligence says.
Mm-hmm. You're pretty smart.
Ooh.
Hey, you deduce that this could be any number of, I'll just call it what a spade, sucking, or smooching, or
Would it be in the vein of Claudio's proclivity?
maybe, or it could be just really heavy petting, as they say.
I don't know. I think we should let it be. At least until the show ends, yeah?
If you say so.
Don't want to miss the show, do we?
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet.
Might be a
I'll
great
tell
show.
you after.
So what has been happening? Is there any way that Amnestria could have convinced Mikmick to come over to the table?
That's up to Mikmick.
Mikmick is looking out of place in this thing, and as a person that is constantly looking back into the lobby where the two spider statues are.
She just kind
And
of covered the side of her face and be like, I understand you're uncomfortable. I understand you're uncomfortable. I mean, you know what happens if I touch someone and there's a lot of people here.
it's not that. This music does this play. It doesn't sit well with me. Part of me is just wanting to go back into the lobby and just continue investigating that spider statue. I mean, there's a lot of spider iconography around here. There must be a point to it, right?
Well, the person who works here that we met at the gala of sorts was wearing a spider mask. It's maybe something to do with their theater group. I don't really know, but I think maybe we should go join our friends. We can ask their opinion. They might have more input, more insight.
Could I make a perception roll to see if he saw what Muadnhait saw?
I'm gonna say yes, but yeah, because you were in the same space. I'll go ahead and say yeah. Go ahead and make a perception.
And I said it was just scanning the room. Just
No, it's good. You go ahead.
Yeah.
You've been sitting there for a while.
No.
Not at all. You missed it. You were facing the other way.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm guessing he did notice it, and Muadnhait trying to go into backstage.
I don't think even with a 5 perception, I don't think he even noticed that. Yeah, too far away.
Yeah. He was too busy looking back.
Yeah,
into the
just
lobby
constantly
at the
like spider watching. Just like
Yeah.
spider, spider,
and maybe looking at the roof, see if there's any spiders in the roof.
spiders, lots of spiders, embroidery, spiders all over, spider wallpaper.
Can I see if I noticed her go back there?
Sure, you did.
Well, fair enough.
Nice. 2 19s, by the way, as well.
It's just that, well, both Claudiu and why not have gone backstage at this point, and there must be a reason for it. I think maybe we should go find out.
I mean, I guess so, but I mean, with all these people looking, it's not going to be easy to get backstage. There may be another way around. But that is less guarded, if you will.
You want to find a
Maybe a
back
back
entrance
door.
to the theater.
Yeah. I mean, there must be like a staff entrance that's less guarded than, well, walking right to backstage like those other two did.
Well, if that's something you want to do, I suppose we can go look.
I don't think that would be advantageous, though, unless we can stay inside. But with buildings like this, it's going to be difficult to get around to the back. I don't know. This place is giving me bad vibes, if you know what I mean. It's hiding something.
This whole city is hiding something.
You're not wrong there.
Well, I can join you in the lobby, or I can go rejoin the others. It's up to you.
I guess I probably should join the others. Though, do you have some kind of cloak?
Yeah, she's actually wearing her armor and her cloak.
You know, I use that cloak. Feel a little bit exposed.
Just sort of pull it closed a little bit more. Alright, let's go to the table then.
All right. As you say that, the music subsides, and you hear, "And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Let's hear it for our host, the one who's brought you all here tonight, Miss Ionescu." And like the whole audience finally sort of erupts into applause and jubilation as from underneath the stage, a trapdoor sort of, you can't really see it that well, but it's sort of like it sort of slides open, and there's a big puff of red smoke. And there, standing in the middle of the stage, in in a sort of very revealing red spider outfit is Aranye. And she is she has a whole like accoutrement of items on her, mostly swords, actually. And she begins to juggle. She's juggling her swords. She's like starts off really easy. She's like juggling balls. She's like, I picked this up when I was 6 years old, and like everyone in the audience sort of begins to like laugh and cheer along with her. And she grabs a third ball. She's juggling them, easy peasy. She grabs a fourth ball. Now her hands are balls first. Balls first. She's got swords on the ground. She doesn't. You never start with swords. I mean, come on, you got to build up. And she's doing 4 balls. She throws the ball up in the air. She bounces it off her head. She grabs it she pops it off her elbow. Like now she's got 5 balls. Everyone's like, whoa. And then she picks up a sword. Now she's got 5 balls and a sword. Like she's juggling a sword and 5 balls. And then she drops one of the balls and kicks it with her foot. It goes flying off into the audience. I'm going to see who it hits.
It's like, can I try to catch it?
Let's see. It is a 3. That is Mikmick, actually. Mikmick, this ball comes right at you. What do you do?
Okay. I'll try and catch it.
All right, make a dexterity saving throw.
Next save. 11.
Yeah, you try to catch. You're like, the ball sails over your head, and she's like, "Oh, too slow!" And then she grabs a second sword. Now it's 2 swords and 4 balls. Someone runs out from off stage and puts 3 torches next to her. So now, and the intensity is gaining. The music is gaining speed.
I take a step back as fire becomes involved.
She starts, now she's juggling 3 swords and 3 balls. And she's just like, everyone's like, oh my goodness, I can't believe she's doing it. And she's juggling. She kicks one of the swords up in the air, and it sort of goes end over and ends up like just plunging into the stage, and everyone's like, "Oh, it's amazing!" And then she puts her foot under one of the torches, kicks it up into the air, and she snaps her fingers, and whoosh, the torch is lit. Now she's literally juggling a torch, 2 swords and 3 balls. And slowly but surely the balls go away or are kicked into the audience, and she is juggling swords and torches after about 4 or 5 iterations of this whole thing. It is then that you see that dangling down slowly as she finalizes her juggling routine from the ceiling are 2 hoops, one on either side. She completes her juggling routine with an enormous flourish of like throwing the swords up in the air, some of which they actually sort of almost seem to like fight with one another. Ting, 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 ting. And then shing, shing. And they're making like a small circle around her as they plunge immediately direct down into the stage with their point. She's now juggling 5 torches. She walks over to one side. She juggles the torches through one hoop. Like she's actually controlling the fire, juggling through the hoop. The hoop comes down lower. She juggles them through the hoop on one side. She then juggles the torches, jumps through the hoop, catches the torches, and continues to juggle. Everyone's like, oh, it's amazing, unbelievable. I would like all of you, as you watch this, to make perception checks.
There's the bad perception for you.
Okay. All right. So yeah, as far as you're aware, it's an amazing feat of sleight of hand and control and concentration as she is consistently moving her hands almost like in a blur. And at the same
Matt?
time, she's just like constantly looking at the audience. Yeah.
Can I make a knowledge of past life
To do what?
roll to add to that perception roll?
Oh, Matt,
Yes.
is my proficiency bonus automatically added into my perception if I have a
Yeah.
bonus?
Yes.
Yes.
Which is a +1.
Yeah.
Because you rolled a 12.
-1 from wisdom.
Oh, that's
Okay.
right. -1. Thank you. Not +1.
So you got
Proficiency
you
plus
got, so you
minus
got
1.
plus-
So yeah,
so
total of
+2
1.
minus 1 equals +1.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Just
1
making
plus
sure.
2 minus 1. There you go. Knowledge of past life. What in the heck? I really would love to see knowledge of past life here. Did you do juggling in a past life?
No, it's more of the theater construction.
Can you ping me what knowledge of a past life does? Because I'd like to see what exactly, what kind of mechanical ability this gives.
Matt,
Yes, sir.
I must interrupt. I must relinquish the room now.
Oh, okay.
So,
You gotta go?
yep.
All right, Chief.
Are we good? You guys are closing at 12:30 or 1?
Oh, 1 o'clock or thereabouts.
All right, we'll try to make it next week. I'll try to make it to 1.
Super duper.
If I do, it'll be on the laptop in another bedroom.
No problem. All right, we'll take then a quick break to let you go, and then we'll come back. All
Bye,
right.
folks.
See you in 2 minutes, folks. We're just going to take a quick break, technical break, and then we'll be back in, say, 2 minutes.
Lovely to see you all.
Good to see you, Alex.
Welcome back, Alex.
All
I
right.
missed you.
See you in 2 minutes, folks. All right, we're back. Sans Monsieur Alex. Okay, where did we go? Oh, yes, we were talking about your
Circling.
knowledge of a past life, perhaps faded memories. When you make it, you can roll. Excuse me. You can roll a d6 immediately after seeing the number and add the number. You can use this feature a number of times equal to. How many times have you used this? Probably not that many.
It's
Actually.
I've only got 3 and I've already used 1.
Okay, cool.
So
All right. So yeah, go ahead and roll that d6.
6, and that's adds to the perception. So 6.
So that's
Fine.
18 total.
Nice.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that actually is the kind of deciding factor here. As you all watch Araignée Stormare do her amazing feats of juggling on the stage, Mikmick, your keen eyes somehow pick something out with her that seems like off. Her hands, her fingers specifically, seem like they begin to sort of blur and shift as she's doing this. In the same way that, like, if you take a look at my hands right now on Zoom, see how I'm doing this? That's easy. But if I move it so fast that you can't even see it, like, my fingers still look the same. Hers don't. Hers begin to sharpen and distort. But no one seems to make note of this, except in your own mind, Mikmick. You do.
Okay. He won't speak up yet. He'll just
Okay.
let the act continue.
Okay. The act comes to an amazing climax as Araignée Stormare begins to sort of jump through each hoop as she's juggling. Like, it's an amazing feat of acrobatics and dexterity for which she's clearly known far and wide and has obtained enough notoriety to parlay that into an amazing performance career, which has earned her this moniker, the Red Widow. And then the performance ends. And there is just a tumultuous amount of applause.
I move back into my seat when it's clear I'm not getting hit by a torch. And I clap.
Amazing.
Mikmick makes one just a singular clap.
Okay. Mikmick, you're like, clap. And then you notice coming out from the wing.
I actually wanted to say, before that happens, this guard who also came out when that guy took the guy out of the room, what has she, he, they been doing
Yeah.
during this performance?
They actually weren't there. I apologize. I actually probably should have moved them. It was a female, I should say.
She went that way.
Yep.
And the other guard took the drunk guy back there. Okay.
You're not quite sure if they were guards or perhaps just onlookers or what have you, but
they see the two who are communicating, and then one of them took the drunk guy back that way. That she wandered off this way.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
This one sat down at a table.
Okay.
After she nodded to the one in the hood.
All right.
And she just sat down at the table, crossed her arms, and smiles during the entire performance. Nothing untoward. It is at that point, however, as you're clapping, it is only you, Mikmick, that notice that this figure with the hood comes out through the wing and stands sort of head down, hood over face, over at the edge of the wall. Right about there. Araignée Stormare, her eyes, just for a millisecond, as she's taking her bows, flit to this figure on the wall. There is nothing beyond that you can see, Mikmick, with your 18 perception.
Our previous perception rolls rely on us seeing that happen?
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly.
Cool.
But yeah, Araignée then takes an enormous bow. She collects all of her juggling and acrobatic accoutrement, and then says, "Thank you so much for coming to the Red Widow Theater. We love you. We hope you have a wonderful evening. Bonne chance et bonne nuit." And she takes a bow, and poof, a giant gout of red smoke, and she disappears from view.
Well, that was interesting.
It's definitely quite the performance.
Claudiu says, "So do I just wait here, or?"
Yes, you do. But in the meantime, I'm going to relay to Mikmick and Amnestria what I saw with the guy who came out of the store.
Are you talking about that guy? And Mikmick just points back over to the guy that's just come back out and is just waiting by the door now.
Do you like do this? Do you one of these things? Like you point at him like that, Mikmick?
Yeah, it kind of like an underhand gesture.
Oh, so you like what are these kind of things? One of these like one of that?
Just
okay. Make a sleight of hand check, Mikmick.
Yeah. Because last time I did this, it went so well.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, see?
Hey!
See? The
Did it.
dice like you tonight. Yeah, you're just like, gauntlet, finger.
Is that the man that I saw walk the drunk man to the back?
You can't be sure because you didn't see their face, nor do
Well,
you know.
Is he dressed the same?
Pretty much the same, yes. I mean, they have their hood on, cloak, same height.
Well, I can't say for sure because I never saw a face and I can't see his face or her face or their face, but that was the door, and they led someone backstage and through a doorway where I heard some questionable noises.
Questionable noises. I mean, I
Yes, it
saw
was
you go
sort
back
of like.
there.
So I came back and spoke to Claudiu because after the experience, while the room looked empty after our experience down in the basement of the House of Lament, well, rooms that seem empty aren't necessarily empty. So
Did I roll to see if I know what that sound would sound like? Like as far as what could possibly make that sound?
Sure, make an intelligence check in the same way that Claudiu did.
You.
Lots of things make that noise.
Fair enough.
You could
At
just do
any
that.
rate-
You take your hand. You're like, I get. No, doesn't make that noise.
all right, well, look, perhaps it's my mind getting the best of me because I'm not used to how things work up here, but it seems to me there's been a little bit of something strange happening around everyone we saw at the ball, and, well, what I saw, the way those two looked at each other when they brought that man out of the room, it doesn't seem entirely above board.
Are you
And if
saying
Claudiu is waiting here, or perhaps, Claudiu, you should go meet her in her dressing room.
That sounds like a great idea. I'll. Yeah. Yeah, I could. Okay. He takes a bottle of wine, unsullied wine, from his backpack. He says, "You think this would float my boat?"
or sink your ship?
Let's hope your boat floats, friend.
Yeah, sure. All right. And he takes the bottle of wine, and he says, "Wish me luck."
Good luck.
I mean, if
Deep
all
speed to you, friend. If
sure.
we don't see you tonight, we'll see you in the morning.
Absolutely, tomorrow morning. Yeah, cool. And he just sort of saunters off towards the wing.
We're gonna let him get around the corner, and then we look at them and say, "Fine. Well, he's got her distracted. Let's go."
Right?
Get an argument from me.
The sort of camera shifts to, before you guys get back there, the camera shifts to Claudiu just like knocking on a door with a big star on it that says Aranya Stormare. Aranya. It's me. Claudiu.
Lord.
Claude, he hears a voice inside. It says, "Oh, hello, Claude. I am changing. Can you give me a few minutes?" "Yeah, sure. Just want to tell you, I really enjoyed your performance tonight. My friends did too. Great job. Just, thought maybe you and I could, go after you're done for a walk. Perhaps I have a bottle of wine. Perhaps we could consider sharing it if you're not. If you're free, right? From inside. I'll be a few minutes. Okay. And he just leans back against the wall. Okay. What do the three of you do?
I'm not even gonna bother to try stealthing, 'cause it was so bad the last time. Through the curtain anyway, but to open this door, I will try to stealth again.
All right. Hit me with that stealth.
Awesome.
Come on, dice.
So should we roll
Better than
stealth?
last time, but still not great.
Okay. The door opens about halfway this time with a creak. You realize, like, oh man, that made a lot of noise. No
Nice.
one. Yeah, go ahead, Amnestria. Clunk,
Oh, Pep.
clunk from Amnestria. Scale mail, and what are you gonna do?
I'm actually not even wearing scale right now.
You're not? Oh, I thought you were. Never
No.
mind.
No, she took it off.
Yeah, your boot hits a part of
Dressed up.
the wall. I don't know.
I
Mikmick.
guess my turn.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can make this worse.
Oh, let's do it.
Oh my
Yes,
God.
you
I can make it
definitely.
worse.
Yeah, it's the
Least stealthy party ever.
creak, clunk, pump, creak, pump, pump. Even like
I just look at everyone and shake my head, including myself. Like I'm shaking my head at
fair,
myself.
100%. Mikmick, as you sort of like wander clumsily over to the
Tumble over my feet.
yeah, literally. You do so.
I like think he's got like lifts in his boots to make him look taller.
I
And
love
that's why
it.
he's
I
stripping.
love it. You hear from the side, maybe about 10 or 15 feet away, you hear a voice say, "What are you doing, friend?"
So only me hear that, or
Just you.
who said that?
You turn towards the right on the map, and there is, standing like 15 feet away from you, that figure with their arms crossed, again, hood over face, but this time the hood pointing in your direction.
Hmm. Let me just say something. Okay.
What are you doing?
Can it make a wisdom save?
Can you make a wisdom save? You're
No,
self-imposing
can it-
your own wisdom save?
No, can it make a wisdom save?
Oh, can
because
it make a wisdom save? What are you doing?
because
Yes.
Nick
What
still
is-
has this.
What are you doing? Oh!
Ah.
Okay, in case you all did not see that, I will zoom back up. That is the charm person, which he still has, I think, until this evening or thereabouts.
Yeah, basically, right. at the
Yeah.
end.
Right about now, to be honest. So yeah, you cast charm person on this person, on this humanoid. Give me 1 second. I just need to check something here. I need to check something. Is that something that it will work on?
It is person, not monster.
Absolutely, absolutely. It may, at least as far as you're aware, yes, it does work.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, it's gonna have to make a wisdom saving throw, correct?
Yep.
All right. Super. Hold on 1 second.
And no one's fighting it, so
Yeah. All right. So let me just do a quick roll Z here. Let me get the actual wisdom saving throw. Oh, that's a flat D20 then. Okay. So I'll just roll it in the open. Fuck it. Here we go. What's your DC?
This is the question: does it use my intelligence modifier? Because for artificers, spellcast is
Then yeah.
intelligence. So that's a +3, I think, from memory.
Okay. So we're looking at
I'll
a
just
12
yeah.
or 11?
Spell save DC is 13.
13. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
D20. Go. That is a 5. Failure. The creature sort of, that you assume is a humanoid, sort of looks over at you and goes, "Hello, friend."
Yeah, sorry to intrude, but I got some information that there may be some bad beams out the back. I'm just going to check the structural rigidity of them.
Oh, well, that sounds like a good idea. It nods its head. Again, not being able to see the face.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you better get going.
See, I...
All right. Fair. All right. It's at that time when you sort of like wander over to Muadnhait as she opens the door.
And right as I open the door, I want to cast a spell.
Okay.
If that's cool. I'm going to cast Disguise Self.
Yep.
I'll make myself look like the bard
Okay. The bard. Oh, shit.
who was on
Okay.
stage earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic. All right.
Also, Matt, just clarification.
Mhm.
That wouldn't take off a spell slot for me.
No, I know.
Because that was a Taroka, right?
Correct. Exactly.
Yeah.
That is correct.
I just thought I better double check that.
Yes. If you need to put that spell slot back, put it back.
Yep.
All right. So you open the door, Muadnhait, after casting Disguise Self on yourself to make yourself look like the bard. And you see inside this room a whole lot more of those flats, and you see some barrels as well. And out of the corner of your vision, well, actually, let me see what you can see. You
I see most of the room.
Yeah, you see most of the room, which seems to be rectangular in shape.
Mm-hmm. I will step in. Oh,
All right.
there we go.
All right. As you walk into the room, you look down and you see that individual, that person who you saw being drunkenly led in, flat on their back, pale as a sheet, with red fluid being somehow mysteriously removed from his neck. You see just like blood somehow or other being removed and siphoned up into the air, and then you hear that same noise that.
And no sign of the guard who brought him back is already out.
No, none whatsoever. And
any kind of check I can make to have any kind of idea what the hell is happening right now?
you can make an Arcana check, but as you sort of come into the room looking like the bard, that sucking noise stops, and a splat of blood just comes down out of the air onto the guy's chest. And make your Arcana check first.
17.
There are creatures in this world that have transparent and or translucent skin. You've noticed them in the dark deep of the ocean. And in this case, you can certainly understand that there would be some overland as well. In this case, however, it does seem that you may have in fact come across one that is ingesting the bodily fluid of this particular person. And now, having caught this creature in mid-meal, you hear, let's roll initiative.
We can absolutely do that. Is this a creature that would have fed on my kind?
No. You probably have
Okay.
never seen it when you do see it, if you do see it.
21. But so I know it exists, but it does not normally feed on my kind.
You don't know, I don't think you've ever seen this creature when you do see it, but you know of other creatures.
Okay.
You know, we're talking maritime or marine creatures, I should say.
So it may or may not be a threat to me and my people personally.
No, I don't think it would be a threat to you or your people. I don't think you probably have ever seen this thing.
Okay. I just know it exists. All right.
Okay. I will go ahead and say that Claudiu probably heard and or saw, considering the stealth checks, what exactly has happened, so I'll put him in the initiative order as well. Here we go. What do you got? You guys are rolled real high, except for Mikmick. Hell yes. All right.
All above 20 except me.
It happens. What are you gonna do? All right, and then I will keep this guy a little bit of a secret. All right, and then descend.
So
All
Matt,
right.
if the character's on the GM layer and you roll initiative, it doesn't show up in the tracker, right?
Correct.
Right.
Exactamundo, senor. But once they come out of the GM layer, aka visible to you, you will see where it is indeed that they lie in initiative. That said, Amnestria, you hear this click, clacking, and sucking coming from inside this room. What do you do since you are first in initiative?
Well, how wide is the door, actually?
It's a double door kind of thing.
Oh, so I can
sort
step
of-
inside.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so I would step inside behind Why not?
Why not?
And then step over to the side over here, and I would cast Rite of the Dawn.
All right.
Where'd it go?
Excellent. So your Rite of Dawn is now making your right radiant damage.
Correct. I also need to. Why is it not on here? I know it was. I need to roll a 24 and take that much health away from myself.
Correct, exactly.
And
Two health.
okay. And I'm going to pull up my crossbow and ready in attack action.
Amazing. What is your trigger?
Any movement.
Any movement?
Yeah, in the room in front of me.
Okay, so if anything moves, you'll shoot. Got it.
Correct.
Why not? You're up. What do you want to do?
So if
I was gonna
Mikmick
say-
walks in and
I look at that and say, hurt it or immobilize it? Friends, I'm asking.
Immobilize.
I'm gonna cast sleep.
Okay. Where do you center your 20-foot radius of sleep?
Right back here so that it ends. I'll show you. Boom.
Okay.
So it ends right there.
You cast your sleep spell. Poof. A sort of tinkling of.
And this guy's already unconscious, so if the
he
creature
looks
has,
more than unconscious. His eyes are
yeah.
glazed.
So if the creature has 25 or less, it should be immobilized.
Fair.
It should
does
be
it go
knocked
through
out.
walls though?
It does not go through walls.
I'll put the text in chat. There you
I
go.
did already. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
20 feet of a point you choose. It doesn't say anything about not going through walls, actually.
No, true, it doesn't. So 20 feet of
Of a
that.
point you choose within range. I just feel like that's such a strange idea.
Well, 20 feet, so it may or may not hit the guard because I can't see through dynamic lighting.
Yeah.
If the guard is standing right there, then he's included.
Well, it goes
basically
from the
is-
lowest hit points outward. So if anybody's within 20
Yeah.
feet that has
Well,
under
there's the guy
25,
here and the guy there.
that's correct.
Oh, there's people down there that I couldn't see. Well, okay, that's fair. Yeah.
All right. I guess we could make the ruling, and I guess we just have to keep it campaign wide, if you want, that sleep is prohibited by walls. Just have to keep it consistent. It's
Well,
up to you.
actually, no, because if I would rather not do that, if Moynot knew that it went through walls because she knew there were people
Sure.
out there,
Okay.
then instead she will do this and not ask the question. Dissonant Whispers, DC 13 Wisdom save. I don't have to see it.
Okay. Interesting.
I was checking my spells, and it was a creature that you choose. It does not mention sight.
One creature of your choice within range can, if it can hear. Yeah. Okay. Wisdom saving throw, yes?
Yes.
Beautiful thing. Here we go. Okay, it rolls a 7, so it fails.
11 psychic damage.
Oof. Okay, you hear a squeal from whatever the hell this thing is that you just played out with this horrendous dissonant whispers.
And
must immediately use its reaction to move as far as its speed allows away from you. As far as you can tell, it can't really do because...
Okay, well then I know where it is.
Exactly. It's over there.
It's in there.
It's over
somewhere.
there. Exactly.
And then I'm gonna step back out of the room and end my turn.
All right.
Actually, wait. I'm gonna step. I want to step where he can't see me because I don't know what kind of magic. I don't know what this creature is, so I don't know what magic it can do. So I'm gonna step out of its line of sight.
All right.
So Matt, would it still, even if it's in the somewhere where it doesn't need to move, would there still be movement?
Not that you could see.
In other words, would Amnestria know where it is, or could I say it's right there?
No, because her trigger was anything that you could see that moved.
True. She said to see. Okay. Phase spiders do have to phase into reality eventually.
Eventually, yes. Okay. Anything else? Okay, we're moving on to Claudiu. Claudiu, down the way, sees you guys like run in, hears the sound of like this horrendous screech, and is like, "What's? Oh, come on!" And then, he immediately just like draws his sword.
You're like, come save your lady, love.
What? She's in there.
But it's in here.
Oh, God.
Whatever it is.
And then he, like, uses his movement to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then sort of looks into this room from his viewpoint. You can't really see very much. Except the sort of floating fluid that's... Well, he can see the dead body. That's what he can see. Let me just check his movement. It's 30 feet of movement. So, yeah, that's 30 feet. He's like, what the hell's in there? He screams at you, Amnestria.
I don't know.
That doesn't help.
Aiming her hand crossbow, like scanning the room. Like, if I knew, I would shoot at it.
Well, same here. Shit. He will cast... Hold on. Do any of his things... and hurl them at targets within range. Doesn't say anything about a seeing a target. Do you have to see a target with Scorching Ray to hit it?
Scorching Ray doesn't go around walls, I don't think.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Fuck. All right. How about Magic Missile? Jim's Magic Missile. Creature of your choice that you can see. Fuck my life. How about Toll the Dead? Creature that you could see. He's got all these things.
Wait, I'm sorry. I thought you were with the spider, not Claudiu. Like,
no, this is Claudiu.
That point, he can see that point, so it would be in range. For Scorching Ray.
Well,
like if he can, see the point where it is, I think it's just a disadvantage.
No, at targets.
Well, they'll targets because Scorching Ray you can direct to more than one target, but that's Scorching Ray is a ranged attack, so
yeah, I know.
it would just be a disadvantage.
I will go ahead with that then. That sounds fine. All right. So he will cast Scorching Ray at an unknown assailant inside the room, and do 3 Scorching Rays. Here we go. Number 1.
18.
That will hit with an 18.
Nice.
And then here comes number 2. And we'll hit with a 23.
Nice.
Holy crap. And number 3. And we'll miss
8.
with an 8. All right, so a total of 9 fire damage. And I have to bring his spell slots back up. Okay, so now he's 1 spell slot down rather than 3. Okay, yeah. 2 of the beams of fire sort of lance into the room, and you hear screeching as this creature is wreathed briefly in flame. And
Also, he should have been at. He only has 2. Oh, Scorching Ray is 2nd level.
that's correct.
Oh, I was thinking it was 1st level. Okay, never mind.
All right. That is Claudiu's turn. It is now the creature's turn. As you watch, dumbfounded from this turn of events, the creature materializes right next to Amnestria. Just like, bam, right there.
Oh, you can shoot it.
That's a movement. Yeah, that will be with disadvantage.
I thought she had a feat for that. You don't have a feat for that?
Crossbow expert.
I don't have feet. We're only level 3.
Ah, damn. For
I
some
did have
reason,
a question in the mat.
Mm-hmm.
So my right does bright damage, like really bright light. Would people be able to see that through the curtain in the hallway?
You could find out afterwards, that's for certain.
We're in a separate room, so like maybe not.
It's iffy at best. But yeah, unfortunately with disadvantage, that's a natural 1.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm willing to bet that's a heavy velvet curtain, so like it would be like under the edge.
Maybe. It is at that point that the spider that you see appear in front of you, this enormous 10-foot tall and wide spider, comes down on you with these enormous mandibles, just and tries to bite into your flesh. Here we go.
Bring it on, spider.
All right, that is a 16 to hit.
That does hit me.
That is 7
but it's
piercing
biting my-
damage. Go ahead and make a
biting me,
Constitution
is that right?
saving throw.
On saving throw?
Yes, please.
And it is biting her, so skin touch.
Nope. Only with the hands. All right, that makes it just barely with an 11. So you take
Only with
half.
the hands?
You take half of this poison damage, which is 7, so a total of 14 damage. 7 piercing and 7 poison.
So I took 14 damage?
7 piercing and half of the poison, because you saved. So that is 14 damage total.
There we go.
All right. Beautiful. As a bonus action, the spider sort of, you see it sort of like, and it sort of wavers a bit and then disappears from view. All right, it is now Mikmick's turn.
Okay. So, quick clarification. If I wanted to move there, would that be 1 space or would that be 3 spaces walking around the wall?
Oh, that's 1 space.
Yeah. Just wanted clarification because, I mean, I could
Oh,
go
actually,
straight up there or...
well, you could go
Yeah.
1, 2, right? Because this is a 10-foot wide door.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd say that's 2 spaces.
Yeah. Okay. So, and I'm assuming he didn't see the spider that was just in here.
He didn't.
Because it
I'm sorry.
was-
What?
I'm assuming he didn't see the spider that was just attacked Amnestria.
Yeah, he did. He was standing right next to it.
Yeah, he kind of like was right at the doorway. I don't see why he wouldn't.
He was
have.
behind the door. He was behind the wall.
You're inside the door, dude.
Now he is.
No, he was there.
Yeah.
He was there.
No,
which
but the door
behind
was
the wall.
open. Your door was open. I think you would have seen it.
It's a big creature. I
It
think
was
you would have
taking
seen
up.
it.
It was taking up this space right here that you would have seen.
Judging by your
regardless.
sight lines, and I'm checking your vision right now, you would have seen it.
Yeah. Well, I did see it on my sideline today.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So in that case, he'll move down to. So that was 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
Five.
When you actually no, go, keep going. Sorry, keep going. Apologies.
he'll go there.
Yeah.
And that's basically his movement, I think.
Uh-huh.
And I think he'll bonus action rage
Rage. Yes, sir.
because he doesn't like spiders. Well, he knew there was spiders in here because there were spiders at the front door, so he's going to rage,
All right.
knowing it's a big spider,
Yep.
so it's going to need a bit more damage. And he's going to hold it in action until the spider reveals itself or attacks.
Okay. Very good. Amnestria, it is your turn.
Well, first and foremost, I am going to. I'm gonna cast Misty Step,
Okay.
and I'm Misty stepping out of this room.
Hell yeah. Where are you going?
Let's see. 5, 10.
Anywhere within 30 feet. You don't have to go the full 30, but you can.
I'm gonna go here.
Right. You bamf right
Sort of
behind Claudiu. Love it.
And then I'm going to ready an attack action again.
All right. What is your trigger?
Anything that I can see again.
Anything that you can see what?
Anything that I can see that the spider. See the spider.
Okay, if you see the spider, you shoot.
Anything you can see that is hostile.
There you go.
There you go.
All right.
Thank you.
No problem with that. Thank you very much for the clarification.
Want
Moving
to
on.
help with the dialogue.
With two
I
more
appreciate
now.
it.
All right. I have ideas, but I want to see how long this combat's going to go. So for now, we're doing it again. Dissonant Whispers.
Uh-huh.
Another 13 wisdom saves.
So here's the thing. Your target is not on this plane of existence,
Oh. Okay, well then it fails.
unfortunately.
That's fine. Good to know.
Okay.
Then that is the... I'm going to take a step, actually, back down the hall. This first door is Arania's dressing room, right?
No, actually.
Okay.
Well, over here, actually.
This
Yes,
door...
sir.
Okay, the first door is her dressing room. All right,
Yes.
cool. Just wanted to know that. That is the end of my turn.
All
and
right.
I'm going to bio break real quick.
Go ahead.
If anything tries to hit me, my AC is 13.
Okay. Claudiu, screams into the room. He's like, "What the heck's going on in there? I'm just gonna blast it." And he's gonna make an Arcana check to see if he knows what this thing is, so that he can potentially see what its tactics might be. It's gonna be a stretch, but let's see how well he can do this. Oh shit! Natural 20. He's like, "It's a fucking face spider! It's clearly gone into the ethereal plane." I don't know. He rolls a natural 20, so he knows everything about it. Yeah, at this point in
Would
time...
that click in Mikmick's head, seeing as he's calling it out?
What was that?
Would that click in Mikmick's head? And if not, would the phase spider look similar to the spider statues that were in the lobby?
I would say they look similar in that
Both spiders.
they have 8 legs and they've got 8 eyes, but the spider statues do not seem to be of the same coloration, although they are the same size.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
And they are large size.
Indeed, they
Right.
are. Yes.
When you're small, so they have
Yeah,
disadvantage.
so I can occupy their same space.
Yes, that's correct. You can occupy their same space because you are
And
2
also,
sizes
if the
smaller.
face spider tries to attack you, it has disadvantage. Because you are 2 sizes. I think that's actually 2 sizes smaller. Large has disadvantage on small.
I don't believe that's the case. I think we talked about this the last time, too.
Yeah, because that was in the one shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think that's the case, but I'll take a look up at that. I think it's on certain saving throws. I don't think it's on attack rolls. Okay. Claudiu just like screams into the room and goes, "Ah, fuck! I can't hit it with any of my spells if it's in the ethereal plane. I think we should. Shit." And
Oh, can't grapple. Okay, yeah, there it is.
there we go. It's grappling. That's what we talked about last time. Thank you.
I was really drunk in that game. So...
Oh no, it was great. It was fantastic. He's like, "I think we should beat a retreat. I'm sure I'll find Aranya some other time."
Unless she's controlling this thing.
Why would she do that? That's silly. And then, yeah, he just like
Her
5,
club
10,
is
15,
named after a spider, you coward.
15, 20, 25, 30. And then, yeah, just action to dash. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's what he does. Boom. Easy peasy. All right. It is now the creature's turn. Not Mikmick's turn, although it seems to indicate otherwise. The creature appears from the ether. Yeah. Right in front of Mikmick.
Yeah.
So,
I can
yes, you
attack
can,
it now, right?
Amnestria. You certainly can.
Awesome.
No.
That's a natural 1.
My God.
Poing! That's 2 natural 1s in a row. Amazing. Mikmick, this creature sort of... And its fangs aim for your little heart. Here we go. That is a 21 to hit.
Yeah, that will hit.
That is 6 piercing. Please make a Constitution saving throw.
I have advantage because I'm raging, right?
No, that's
Constitution save?
strength.
Oh, strength saves. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. 19.
Excellent. You make it, so you only take 5 poison damage. So total of 11
poison.
damage.
Well, 5 poison damage plus 3 because raging and half that piercing damage.
Correct. So only 8.
Yes.
Well said.
8 damage.
Indeed. All right. Mikmick, it is now your turn. What do you wish to do? The creature
Now,
has not shifted back to the ethereal plane. It is still there.
So, Mikmick will look up at the spider that's considerably larger than him, and in his rage state, he'll just say, "You're not a red spider. Let's make you red." And before his attack, he was actually holding an attack.
Okay.
He was holding an attack for the spider to re-emerge. So
okay, so let's
gonna
go with
take
your...
an attack.
Yeah, let's go with
Yeah,
your
the
held
reaction
action.
attack. Yep. Which is just a standard slash with your hand axe.
You're going to need to make an actual attack with it.
Okay. That must have. Okay, so I'll just roll a d20 because why not? An 18 to
D20.
hit.
Yeah, 18.
18, you have no mods?
Well, no, because strength is 0. So
Ah, okay, fair.
And 18 still hits.
yeah. So that was for the reaction, and that's the 8 plus 2 rage damage, I think.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
And yeah, one.
What's that
slashing.
random +1 slashing?
I have no idea.
Yeah, we got to take a look at some of your macros,
That's
my
rolling
friend.
1d6. That's weird.
Oh, you know what it is? Actually, technically, what you rolled is, for some reason, your macro for your hand axe actually did roll a 6 plus 2.
Okay.
For some reason. I don't know why.
Oh, okay. So that was yeah. So that's yeah. That was a 10 to attack. And
Yeah,
one
And you,
slashing damage.
and you don't have proficiency in your hand axe, so nothing was added to it. Oh, you don't have proficiency to damage. Never mind.
Correct.
No.
So
Okay, sorry.
with an 8, unfortunately, that will miss.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So that was for the reaction.
Yes, and now your actual attack.
Now for the actual attack. Can he make a stat check to see if... And maybe make an Arcana check to see if the spider is resistant to lightning?
Yeah, we don't actually go with that because that's unlikely. That's sort of like a monk ability. That's like
Okay.
yeah.
But he's going to try it anyway, so he's just going to do a shocking grasp.
All right,
Nice.
See if he can get it to stop.
works for me. Go ahead with your attack.
So
Okay.
15 plus 3.
So yeah, that one is a an actual. I'm just looking at this. The 10 roll
Yeah.
plus 3 plus 2. Yes, so 15 will hit.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not sure if it would add the +2 because it's not a melee attack? Or is it?
No. You roll
It
a
is
15.
shocking grasp is actually a melee attack.
Right. And
Okay.
don't know what's going on here.
Is
5
the +2
lightning.
from rage?
Yes.
Yeah, the +2 from rage.
So then
Probably.
it's a 17. Okay.
Yeah.
17. Well, no, you don't get a +2 from rage to attacks. It's just a damage.
Okay.
But I'll include
Okay.
that in the damage that you do to it.
Yeah, so that's 5 plus 2 rage damage, so that's 7
Seven.
lightning damage.
Indeed, and it cannot take a reaction.
Yes.
Well done, Mikmick. Anything else, sir?
And he's just gonna sit there and stand looking at it and studying it.
Gonna sit there and stand. I love it. Let's go, Mikmick.
Well, I mean, I think he's done all his actions. He's bonus action rage, move,
Yeah. All right.
action.
Beautiful things. Let's go to
Done all we
Amnestria
can.
then. What are you doing, Amnestria? Amnestria.
I mean, eventually it has to work, right?
You could try again.
There we
Hey, there you go.
Amazing. 18 to hit. Indeed. Roll your
go. Die
damage.
spider.
And your right damage, too, please.
Which is pretty sure it's 1d4, but I just wanna.
And that will be radiant.
Yep.
Excellent.
It is a 1d4 radiant.
Oh, that D4. Lovely. All right.
Yeah, 1 hemocraft die, whatever that is.
Yeah, at this level, it is a D4.
Nice.
Very nice, very nice. Excellent. All right, it is now, unless you have anything else, Amnestria.
No.
All right. Moving on.
All right. I can see its ass, so bonus action hex.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
It is
going to
not
say strength.
Strength. Strength saving throws disadvantage. You
Yeah.
got it.
And then I'm going to move up here. I'm going to hit it with Mara's rapier.
Okay.
23 to hit for 8
Hell
piercing.
yes, that will hit.
8 piercing plus the 2 necrotic from Hex. For that first attack
Swing
roll.
as you do this amazing attack, this running attack with Mara's rapier. You spear it right in the abdomen, and it screeches. Expels all this like fluid out of the center of it, and then all of its legs sort of like jiggle with intense effort, and then flat, dead.
I want to go check out. This guy is
Woohoo! Excuse me.
definitely. This guy's definitely dead, right?
Oh, he is super dead.
Can I check his? I'm looking for like identification. Who the hell is he? Can I like check his pockets? I'm gonna see what he's got.
Sure. Let me just take you guys out of combat at this point.
That was my question. Wasn't sure.
You are indeed out of combat. How long does Charm Person last? Let me go
Minute,
up.
I think.
I think it was longer.
An hour.
Yeah, it's an hour.
Yeah,
Super.
good, because I got questions for that motherfucker. After I
Alright.
find out who this guy is, if I can.
Sure. Absolutely. You run over there. There is nothing in this gentleman's pockets. Nothing at all.
Is he dressed like someone who's well off? Or
Yes.
Someone who's less well. Okay.
Very well off. Silk, brocades, everything.
Mikmick, you should take his clothing, see if you can make something nice from it. And then
Looking at the spider.
ooh, decisions.
Yeah. Mikmick's just looking at the spider, though you can see in his eye that the part that's raging wants to chop it up a little bit more, but there's a part of him that's not wanting to do just that. So I'm
All
going
right.
to flip a coin.
Go ahead.
I'm going to flip a coin. How do I do that? Just
I rolled.
1d2.
I just rolled a 1d2 to make a choice about what I was going to do next. I couldn't decide. So
always advanced roll 1. Okay. Yeah, cuts. I'll just.
Or you can actually have a physical coin to just flip. It's up to you.
Yeah, I just have the heads and tails thing on Google that I flip
That
anytime
works
I need
too.
to do it.
nice.
Okay, so
I did 1, 2, 1. Do I go with my first choice, or 2? Do I go with my second? I thought, and the dice told me to go with my first idea. But so I do. I'm going to maintain what I said to Mikmick. You should grab his clothing and probably make something nice from it. I'm going to go talk to this guard. I want to find out why they're feeding people to this spider.
As you guys will take about 10 seconds to sort of go through the guard stuff, make sure that the spider's body begins to change. It shrinks.
Oh dear, does it turn into the chick that I was about to go see?
And it warps. And the spider legs sort of conjoin into limbs. Some of them shrink and sort of get subsumed into the body. The carapace begins to soften. The abdomen shrinks and is sort of turned into a more pink and fleshy body part, shall we say. And now you see on the floor before you, instead of a spider, the body of a young woman. I'll just use this token.
It's not Arachne.
No,
Arachne.
it is not a Ranyu Stormare.
Arachne. There we go. All right.
Would I recognize? Would that be Radaga?
It does not seem to look like Radaga. Radaga has olive skin and dark hair. This one has red hair and very pale skin. But it is not a Ranyu.
I'm going to cut off a lock of her hair.
Okay.
Then I'm going to go out here. I'm going to march straight up to this guy. I'm going to hold it out to him. And I'm going to cast a spell.
He doesn't have a charm for you. It
No,
is the
I know
charm
he doesn't.
specifically for... Yep.
I am going to cast command. I'm going to hold
Oh.
out the hair and I'm going to say explain.
All right. And that's a wisdom saving throw?
Yes.
Super. That's just a straight old D20.
Wow, you just ate all of my spell slots that should not be eaten.
Failure! That is a 2.
I'm holding out the hair that I just cut off this woman. I'm saying explain.
This figure looks down at the hair and looks back up at you. It has been up until that point, actually, that you haven't really seen under the cloak because you haven't been close enough. When you come within 5 feet and hold out the hair, the figure raises its head up so that you can see its face. It's very drawn, pale features, very sharp and angular cheekbones. And where the eyes are, you see that it has sort of faceted eyes. And this creature looks at you, and all of the eyes, like all at once, and there's 8 of them, like 4 on each side, where the eye sockets are, all of them blink. And he looks at you and says, "Why did... That's her hair. What is there to explain?"
Who is she and why are you luring people to her here in this theater?
That's my wife. We all have to eat, don't we?
Are there more of them
Blink,
here?
blink. The command is a one-time only
Yeah.
deal.
No, that's true. That's
Yeah.
true. It is. Are there more of you here?
Who are you? Blink, blink.
Did you not see me on the stage earlier? I am Lady Celesta.
I couldn't give a shit. What have you done with my wife? Blink, blink.
What can you tell me of Radaga, and then I will tell you of your wife?
Make a persuasion check.
Does this woman have any sort of
You are not
identification on
there.
her?
Oh,
Oh,
you're talking. Oh,
the
no,
woman,
sorry.
woman. No,
the
the woman. Sorry.
No, naked. Naked as a blue jay.
Okay.
26.
26. Yeah, the figure says, Radaga. Radaga was in here last week. What do you need to know, Radaga?
She's missing and we're trying to find her. Does she know of you and what you do here?
Listen, just promise me my wife is okay, and I'll tell you everything I know.
Tell me everything you know and I'll tell you of your wife.
Didn't sort of like all the eyes sort of squint at you?
I don't think you understand. This is not a negotiation. Tell me what you know.
I don't know what you're doing here, or who you think you are. And he sort of like begins to push his way past you.
I am going to invoke something that I thought I was not going to do,
All
but
right.
I'm going to.
All right, let's see it.
For shits and giggles, I'm going to use,
Alter self.
but I'm going to use this is my dark gift. Altar
Yes, this is Dark Gift. So let's see it.
So-
Okay, is this the first time? I think this is the first time. So let's have a little powwow. Let's talk about it.
So I've begun smiling at him as he speaks to me, and as I smile, my mouth grows wider and wider, and my teeth elongate and get very sharp. And rivulets of water begin running off of my body, from my hair, from my hands, from my skin. Everything becomes wet. A puddle appears around me on the floor, and a small blue light appears in front of my forehead and wherever my eyes go.
Shit.
It swings with it.
This is so good.
I've
Anglerfish.
Yeah, I've become a human anglerfish.
Oh God, that's the worst.
I am beautiful and terrifying. And with my very wide mouth, I say once again, I don't think you understand. This is not a negotiation.
Okay.
Tell me what you know.
Yeah, make an intimidation check with advantage. Holy shit.
I really thought when you made me get up on stage earlier that the song was going to play. I really did.
Well,
19.
19. Sort of taking a step back for a sec, just holding out his hand, like, okay, stop. The eyes, by the way, change. They are no longer faceted. They change to just dark eyes, like black, not black sclera, like without a sclera. It's just black, no color.
Black iris, like
There you
black
go.
iris. Yeah.
Black iris, yeah. And he says, listen, Radaga told Aranyi that she would be gone, and to make sure that she just kept an eye out for bad things happening here.
Bad things like what?
She didn't get specific.
Is Aranye one of you?
What if she is?
How much of a threat are you? Can you swim?
I try not to.
You will find your wife behind the curtain. Thank you. I'll walk away.
All right. Amnestria and Mikmick, what are you guys doing whilst this little altercation is taking place?
Well, I was thinking of doing something a little bit different
Yeah.
because technically Mikmick did fail on his coin flip, but I'm going to retroactively not go with that because I want to do something else.
Talk to me.
And the fact that as soon as Mikmick sees the arachnid revert to the human form, his rage just instantly disappears. He drops the hand axes that he was holding, and then you just see lightning just come from his fists, like shit, 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 and he goes over, places his hand on the human's chest, and he casts a spell. He casts.
Have this spell?
I have this spell. He
Okay,
casts
then. Cure
Cure
wounds?
Yep.
Okay.
And basically, it's kind of like a defib for the lady.
Eek. Normally, I don't give monsters or NPCs who get offed by you guys second chances, but I do so love this sort of change of heart and how this really plays into the story. So I will do this, Mikmick. I will allow this cure wounds to go through if you make a medicine check.
Okay. Medicine. Where is medicine? Not the
DC
best
is
at medicine.
okay then. Fuck me with a wooden spoon.
17.
I gave him a chance and he took it and he went with it and
Oh,
yeah.
I'm so glad I didn't just totally fuck you guys over because I thought I might have.
Your dead wife is in the other room.
Hey man, I never said
Transform
that.
eats you for lunch. Yeah, zap. The woman just gasping, sits up, sees you with your hand on her, sort of like swats you away, recognizing who you are, immediately covering up. Almost as soon as you do that, this figure sort of bursts through the curtains and runs into the room. Amnestria and Mikmick, you see this cloaked figure run in, take their hood off, and you see long black hair spilling out from underneath. The face is pale, eyes, very, very dark eyes, and just runs over to the woman, immediately drops to his knees and says, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And she looks at the man and says, "You're a little late, Frennis. These guys kind of got involved with..." And she just moves her head over at the body in the corner.
As they're doing this, I want to grab Mikmick's metal hand and pull him away and be like, "We're going now. Mikmick, we are leaving. Let's go."
Mikmick, do you allow yourself to be taken?
I think Mikmick's pretty much just frozen.
So you don't resist, or you do?
I am resisting, but
That's fine then. We'll go. We'll
He's
do a
just
strength. We'll do a strength contest.
He's essentially stunned.
Yeah, that's fine.
Essentially stunned.
Yeah, no problem. Amnestria, just do a quick. Well, you're not pulling then. You're just pulling on weight. Amnestria, just do a quick strength check for me. Ugh. He's just like, it's like pulling a block of stone. He's just standing there.
I would like to slap his face then.
Okay, just do an attack roll.
Try to snap him out of.
Snap out of it. Full on share in Moondance.
Share. Moonstruck.
Moonstruck. Did I say Moondance? Jesus Christ.
You did.
I'm
But you
sorry.
don't have gloves on as
Not
well.
the Van Morrison song.
That's right.
The Nicolas
It's something
Cage.
with a moon.
I don't have an unarmed strike here.
Just roll a d20 plus your strength mod.
That's easy enough. I don't have a strength mod.
Okay, then roll a d20 plus your proficiency because you're proficient in unarmed strikes.
Oof.
Wow.
That's a 4. Yeah. Mikmick, I don't know if like you block or if you just hit him on like the neck or hit him like, upside the head and his head just sort of rocks that way. Like,
I mean, but I still touch him though, right?
Oh shit. Were you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And
with a
she doesn't have
4,
gloves
no,
on.
actually with a 4, I don't think that you do touch
No,
him.
you just miss.
Yeah.
You miss completely.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah, you don't connect. His AC is high up enough that you miss.
Fair enough.
Well, I think then in that case he'd probably block it with his artificial hand.
Yeah.
And just pretty much, even though he's stunned, he just grabs Anestria's hand unusually tightly
With his artificial hand.
with his artificial
Thank
hand.
God.
Yeah.
Okay. Phew.
And
She's gonna try to pull him away then. Unless he's gonna resist.
and Mikmick will just turn to Amnestria. Just give me a minute. I need to say sorry.
I don't think you understand how much trouble we're in. We need to leave.
Moynat actually has a thought as she's halfway out the club and is going to start heading back to them.
Okay. As you do so, Claudiu's like, I thought we were leaving.
I'm sorry, there's been a rather interesting development. Give us a moment.
He sighs.
Are they paying attention to us though? Is the question.
Halfway, I'd say. Halfway paying
As
attention.
I step back into the room, I'm going to lightly touch the man on the shoulder and say, "Sorry, quick question. Why him?" and point to the guy in the corner.
She looks at you. The woman actually looks at you
Mhm.
instead of the man answering. The woman says, the rich taste better.
Friends, leave them be. Sorry for troubling you. It was a misunderstanding. We were looking for something and we were mistaken in what we found. We will give you no trouble here.
They don't respond, but you get the feeling, considering the current nature of things, that neither one of them turn into giant spiders and bite your face off. That you don't seem to be in any trouble yet.
It's like you don't have to like us. For what it's worth, I apologize. Everyone needs to eat. Friends, this is not what we're looking for. Let's go. And I'm going to head back out again.
Fair.
Mikmick will then approach the woman and just say to her, "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were. I didn't know." And then he looks at the husband that they charmed, and "I'm sorry for you too. I didn't know. I just didn't know."
The husband
And then
looks
he
over at
walks
you,
out.
Mikmick, and is like, it's fine. It's fine. She'll get over it. It's fine. He smiles at you.
And he walks out, head hung.
All right.
You're just gonna
As I pass Claudiu, I say, "We were looking for a villain. We found a monster, but it wasn't ours. So who cares?"
These nights are weird around here. Can we go back to the chateau? I've totally lost it. I was up, and now I'm not. So, yeah.
You're a strange man, Claudiu, but most men are. As you wish. Back home, whatever that means, we go. And
Amnestria,
then
any
why
final?
not send our way out?
Well, seeing that everyone else left, she's just gonna kind of look around the room and be like, I'm gonna go now. Sorry for troubling you.
They don't
As my friend
respond
said.
to you. Yeah, they.
Bye. She just leaves.
Super awkward.
She pulls up her hood and kind of tries to slink out because she's actually pretty freaking injured right now.
Yeah. Both
I
you
took a
and
lot of
Mikmick
damage.
took a couple of big hits from those spiders bites. Wow. And that's with
fact
with
that I was
passing the
already
con
injured.
save too. Holy shit.
Yikes.
Considering I was already injured when I entered the battle, so
Yeah, that's true. You were not at full health.
I was not either, but I managed to not get hit.
That's true. That's true. All right.
and at least the save from damage is half that damage, full stop. So that's always
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, and Claudio, the only thing that was hurt was his pride.
Yeah.
All
His
right.
pride was hurt because he ran away like a coward. He still got hit on like crazy by the club owner. So,
Yeah, but
whatevs.
and he doesn't know that she's a were spider. So hey, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
He's a fucking vampire, which none of us technically know. I'm counting the days until Moynot figures it out.
Okay, fantastic.
But like also like is not gonna give like that's the thing, like of any of us to figure it out, Moynot's the one who's gonna be like, all right, whatever.
It's like whatever. Oh,
Whatever. You're a vampire. Okay.
Gonna,
That explains the weirdness in your shitty wine. Okay.
indeed.
I think Mikmick's gonna do some research about humans turning into phase spiders. See how common that is.
I'm sure. Okay.
Because this is a new experience for him. It's like, this is not normal.
I'm going to go ahead and assume that the four of you leave shortly after.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
so like Moynot's on her way out the door. She's done with
100%. 100%. All right. So I will flip you back to the map of the chateau because technically nothing happens on the way home.
Nice.
Technically?
We don't get accosted by vandals in the street. Well, that's nice.
No random encounters, tables to deal with.
And we don't have to worry about additional poison damage, do we?
No,
If
you
we
do
saved.
not. Exactly. And most importantly, the crawling hand
Actually, I
never even came into play here, so we're fine. All
I
right.
just want to double check something.
Yes.
As a reborn, I think I'm resistant to poison damage.
Take a look. It's
Yeah.
important. If that's the case,
You might be.
fantastic. Not that it matters much because you will be
Yeah.
taking a long rest and probably getting your hit points back and half your hit dice at this moment in time anyway. But worthwhile knowing for the future.
Advantage on saving throws against disease and being poisoned, and you have resistance to poison damage.
Beautiful. So you would only have taken from the poison. I think it was 5.
So 2.
Yeah, so 2 poisons. So pump yourself up another 3 hit points
3.
and you're set to go.
Yeah.
All right. Fantastic.
Oh, I said
that was
nope.
bad. Other way.
What was it at?
It was at 11. So now you should be at 14. Okay. Yeah, Claudiu's just like, I'm done. I'm going to bed. I'll see you guys in the morning. Anything you guys want to do before nighty night, shall we say?
Nope.
Moynot's gonna take just a wander through the garden.
Okay.
And enjoy the night sea breeze.
It
She's
is
gonna
quite beautiful.
untangle all the braids from her hair and let it fall back to its natural state,
Mhm.
cascading around her like a cloak.
Hmm. That's cool.
She's going to look around, wait till everyone has gone to bed. And then outside in the yard, she will strip down out of her armor into nothing
Of course.
and kind of stand under the moonlight for a moment and just be like, oh, looking land dwellers. And then gather her things, head back upstairs, fill the bathtub with ice cold water, and then drop her salt block into it.
Hmm.
Let it sit for a few moments, then climb in, just be like, oh, so much better. And go to sleep in the bathtub.
Amnestria and Mikmick, thank you very much for that. Amnestria and Mikmick, what do you wish to do before going to sleep?
I don't have anything planned before.
All right. Amnestria?
Well, Amnestria would take a minute to actually just kind of collect herself when she got back.
Mm-hmm.
She would go and fetch the scale mail and bring it to Mikmick, so that he'd have it. She'd actually leave it in his door.
Okay.
Then
Very quick.
she'd go down and just kind of hang out in the lounge for a little while.
Okay.
Just sort of collecting her thoughts. And then eventually go to sleep.
All right. Fantastic. I will go ahead and say, first of all, two things occur as you fall asleep. Number one, and most importantly, welcome to level 4.
Yeah,
Yes.
baby.
I get the fun stuff now.
Yeah, and you guys can do that in the interim between this session and next. The number two thing, and quite important as well, beyond that, is obviously you do all the stuff that long rests do. You go up full hit points, half hit dice, etc. In the morning, Cabe greets you heartily, and says to the four of you as you congregate around the breakfast table, in whatever fashion you desire. Cabe says, well, guys, I think we're headed out. And Cabe produces a scroll tube behind their back and places it on the table. It's been opened.
You mean us, or you mean you?
Oh no, us. Please have a read.
All right, I'll take a look at the scroll.
Okay. All right. The scroll is written in Alanic's hand, and it is a letter to the four of you. I will show you the actual letter, and I will also read it to our illustrious chat as well. It says, "Dearest friends, apologies again for my Let me do it with his voice. Dearest friends, apologies again for my absence this morning, but Arthur and I must attend to business in nearby Darkon. Cabe carries with us our trust, as well as an understanding of what is needed. As you already know, Radaga is missing, and the Order of the Guardians greatly desires her safe return. They believe that her knowledge and abilities may be sought out by darker elements of this world, and to that end, she may be in great danger. Your sleuthing skills are quite impressive, as you've been able to discover clues as to her whereabouts that Arthur and I have had time to examine. It is my belief, based on irrefutable evidence, as well as reports from contacts abroad, that she is no longer here in Dementliu. My search turns, therefore, to the domain of Kartakas, where Radaga was born. Perhaps it is there that we may find more information as to her whereabouts, as well as who is involved with her sudden departure. If it is possible that she is in danger, she may have returned to her home in order to go to ground in familiar surroundings. What I know of the skills and character of each of you makes me believe that you are well worth the task of locating Radaga in Kartakas, for which, of course, you will be generously reimbursed through the coffers of the Order of the Guardians. Radaga was born in a small village called Amherst, and it is there that I wish to have you investigate. Cabe, as you well know, has the ability to transport their companions through the mists, and if you agree, we'll do so to bring you to the outskirts of this village, returning to you in 4 days' time. I would task you with traveling to Amherst, finding Radaga, and bringing her back to us. If she is in danger, help her. If she is no longer in the village, seek and pursue any clues that might determine where she has gone. All your basic needs will be attended to, and you will have the chance to be part of a grand adventure. As before, I hope that you will accept my offer. Yours, Alanic Ray. And with that, my friends, we close tonight's session, and we will see you again next week. All right. Whew. Indeed. All right.
So I'm just going to tease it here before we fully close out. When Mikmick comes down, he's going to be looking a little bit different.
Oh.
Good grief, Mikmick.
Come on, with the art and the schmeal and the whole, come on. I mean...
Yep.
And the Meshuggah, come on.
Hey, what's the hey?
What is this for cactus? Come on.
Okay, that's all right. More art, more changes.
Yep.
We're fine with it, I guess. Kind of, sort of.
Mikmick needs to start drawing his own art if he's going to change.
For real. I mean, I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna put my foot down and just say no more art. Because then I have to change the video, and if I change the video, I have to change the tokens.
Unless you draw it and/or commission it yourself.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
It's
from our original artist, so it all matches.
Yeah, support your local artists.
Support your artists. Come on.
Yep.
We appreciate when you do.
Like, if our artist wants to draw me in goth bustier mode, I will pay for it.
Ooh.
But
duly noted.
How about like the form of dread or whatever the hell that you have that's like ridiculous?
Oh, anglerfish.
Yeah, that threw me for a loop. In my mind, I was just
yes,
like,
I did. Like, okay. So funny story. I have like one of my very, very dear friends is a writer and is currently like writing a whole bunch. Like, she writes fantasy, and like what she's writing right now, like her current novel has a bunch of stuff, and she was like, there are not enough pirates and mermaids in fantasy, so I'm writing a bunch of pirates and mermaids. And she started talking about anglerfish, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, can I tell you about this thing I just came, because she's also a D&D player. It's Kat.
Oh,
so cool. I was like, can I tell you about this thing that's happening in my D&D campaign that I came up with? Can I tell you about what's going to happen to my character? And I described that shit to her, and she was just like, oh my fucking God, that's so good.
That's amazing.
She's like, I wish I'd thought of it first. Because she was talking about like creating anglerfish monsters. And I'm like, can I tell you?
They are the creepiest fucking
about
things.
That's like, because like the whole thing is like, it's the darkest version of yourself. And like, I love anglerfish. I think they are the most like bizarre, creepy, deep sea creatures ever. And so as soon as you sent me that text of what that whole thing was about, which we don't know all of it yet, but we know a decent amount now.
Indeed.
As soon as I saw that, I was just like, oh. I was waiting for it to happen in like a goddamn tavern or some shit, but this was good. I got to use it to my benefit. I actually realized that I never told you it ended, but it would have. It would have as soon as I walked away from him. As soon as I said, "You'll find your wife back there,"
Yeah.
it would have been like. Except that part of it does stick around. Actually, does part of it only stick around if it's involuntary?
I will
or
have
if
to
it's
take
voluntary?
a look. I'll have to take a look at the thing I sent you to see if like anything stays.
Well, it says that part of it stays around, but I couldn't quite tell if that was only if it was involuntary.
We'll take a look, because you never
Yeah.
know.
So, but what I'm going to say is that Muadnhait just looks kind of damp.
Sure.
Like she looks,
Always.
she looks like
Just-
she literally she looks like she's been in the rain. Like her hair just stays wet, no matter what.
Okay.
And because I think it lasts until a long rest, and so in the morning it would be dry again.
Cool.
But
Got it. Fantastic. All right.
although that's not when it's involuntary, something different will stick around. But for now,
Thank you, sir.
when it's voluntary, she's just moist.
I love it. Moist. That is such a great word. All right, let's just go around the horn because it's time to go to sleep. Over here, this lady, moist. That's Sarah.
It's moist.
Oh my god! Hi,
Sarah,
I'm
go for
moist.
it.
Hi, I'm moist. And
Lady
you can
Moist
find me-
of the
Lady
5
Moist-
fathoms.
Lady Moist of the ocean stuff. You can find me on the internet, Lovely Llama on Twitter and Instagram and Reddit and random other places, I'm sure. Unless someone has stolen my name because they suck. Yeah. I walked down 47 flights of stairs to get out of work today. I'm very tired.
Jeez.
That's all I got for you. I am a human marshmallow right now.
Go to sleep and
Mhm.
regen. Thank you, sir. Moving on down to Elite Ghost Driverville. That's Red Platinum. Red, where can people find you?
You can find me floating around the internet from time to time, even though I don't post anywhere most of the time. I still do float around, so I'm on Twitter, I'm on Facebook, I'm on DeviantArt, I'm on Steam, I'm on GOG, I'm on Discord. I just float around and
That's
just...
so many things. My
I've got
God.
more.
It's fine. Just
There's more.
go with
Wait,
what works.
there's more.
Yeah, but wait. There's more. All right. Thank you so much, Red. Moving on over to Maeve. Maeve, where can people find you on the internet?
Hey, I'm Maeve. You can find me on the internet in a lot of the same places you can find Red, under Maeve Climber. And, I mean, I really don't have a lot of other stuff. I do art, though. You know, my spare time.
And such great art it is. Some of which you will be able to see
Next week.
next week.
Yeah.
Speaking of which,
Yes.
I will have the art left for final character soon.
Okay.
I need to do it this weekend.
Okay.
I know I need to finish Mulcahy's.
Oh.
Mulcahy's
Oh, the changes to
messed up. Yeah.
to Colhavi's.
Oh yeah,
Whole
he's
thing.
got a lot going on.
What a sweet segue, Maeve. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. I'm Matt G. You can find me here on Slices and Dices, trying to make sure that things happen when they do, and helping to maintain the community that we've created around here. If you like what you saw, hit us with a sub, hit us with a like, hit us with a heart in whatever platform it is that you're watching, a follow, a thumbs up, a comment. Join us on Discord to tell us how you,
Yes, please.
whatever you want to talk about. We are down for it. We are very. We may not necessarily all be cool,
Hi,
like me. No, Sarah. Sarah's like
Matt.
of all of
Oh,
no.
whatever.
Yeah, so, I'm just some
Whatever.
dude. I'm just some dude. But
Well, you're the DM. You're like our enemy or some shit, right?
well, that's how
it
some
works.
people may see it, Sarah. Some
Well,
may
and
see
then-
me as your
You
friend.
know, I'm kidding.
I know.
And then
I
other
love
people
you.
just see you as a good voice as a DM.
You know,
As
if
a
that's
Matt.
if you
Matt
can't
has
see that.
one of the best DM voices ever. Like it's true. It's pretty fucking amazing.
if it just stays like there, like a voice, and everything else is
there
crap,
is a
then I'm
reason.
fine.
There's a reason that we theater people gravitate towards D&D, and Matt is like the exemplar of that.
I appreciate
Like,
that.
Matt, you're one of the few people I know who put my dialect skills to like deep shame. Your dialect skills are so on point. They're so much fun.
It does give me some reason to use him again. which is great. It's
Hey
like,
man, part of the reason I love playing with you is that all of your NPCs are always so full of life. Like your
Yeah.
NPCs are always real. That's part of what makes you a
I
great
write
DM.
backstories for all of them before you kill them, so which is even more disappointing. Which is,
Killed that many.
yeah, it's true. Not that many.
We brought hey, Mikmick brought Spider Lady back.
That was amazing. MVP.
Yes.
Good job, Mikmick.
I have to
yes.
keep reminding myself that my character is not good aligned because, like in real life, Sarah is.
Yes, exactly. Renewed.
And real life, Sarah has to be like, oh wait, might not give 0 shits. Hold on, gotta walk away.
It
When
definitely.
he just ditched us, I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
She
renewed.
came back only because she's like, oh, you have a good reason, but it wasn't even a good reason. Like, gave her a reason. I'm like, all right, cool, whatevs.
Renewed my
Well, I
faith
mean,
in
I think
in
that's more of a chaotic
humanity.
move to heal the enemy, essentially.
Yeah.
Heal the thing that just attacked you.
Indeed.
For the
Um,
record, like, Muadnhait is neutral evil. She's like, gives 0 shits.
Zero gives shits about anyone but
0
herself.
gives shits. But like, no, like, evil characters can still give shits about people. That's like, there's no rule that says they can't.
True. Very true.
And that's like that's a big part of like alignment mythology is like, just because you're evil doesn't mean you don't care about anyone.
Right.
It just kind of means that you go first.
I agree.
And that's the thing. Like, you can still care about and help other people. Like, that's not like that's like a no-no.
Mhm.
It just means that your own end goals are your primary goals.
Okay. I don't disagree with any of this. What's coming down the pipe for Slices and Dices? Let me think. Okay. Well, first of all, I'm going away for a few days, but I'll be back before next week. Next Thursday, speaking of Kulhavi and all the rest of the alien RPG crew, we've got our next session of Alien RPG next Thursday, which is super awesome. Followed, of course, by Ravenloft on Friday. But
And the week after that, planning
Yes.
to do this Star Wars 5e.
more Star Wars 5e after that.
Okay.
And
It's gonna be a really hard week for me, but
do what you can do. If you can't, you can't.
Well,
we can schedule. We've got a lot of other things coming in.
We'll chat about it. That particular week is a very bad week for me. I didn't
We
get a
shall-
chance to respond to you, Red.
We
sorry.
shall see what comes and when it comes. The most important thing is we move forward. Is forward? Is
Hell
this
yeah.
is forward? This is forward. This is forward. This direction. Yeah, right there. And we keep putting stuff on the channel, which is super fun. That you guys all love, and we're really happy for it. And I'm happy that you're happy. And yeah, remember.
Yes, trying out a new role-playing system maybe next month or the month afterwards?
Yes, very much so. But
We'll see.
we're gonna keep on the DL, or keep the hush hush
Yes.
until it actually becomes real. So,
Yes.
with that
Like,
said,
I'm working on one too, but we got
Yeah.
we have got plans within plans.
it
within
all the
plans.
time in the world.
Indeed.
Yeah.
That's it. Then I'm gonna say goodnight to everybody. Remember, folks, take care of each other, but don't forget to take care of yourselves. Thanks for watching, folks. Have a great week. See ya in a little bit less than a week. We love you. Bye.
Bye-bye.